على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كاسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كاسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احميها مع كاسبيرسكي الجديد.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي. نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، أوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كاسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهزون للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كاسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احمها مع كاسبيرسكي الجديد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا وحياكم الله وبياكم جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. ورجعنا لكم باليوم الثاني من الدوري السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية في لعبة Overwatch 2 من النهائيات أو البلاي أوفس الكبيرة. معكم أخوكم وجيه ومعايا الأسطورة بالتقديم أخوي براء. أهلا وسهلا.
Allah Selmak. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back again with more hype and more entertaining matches taking place right here at the Saudi eLeague in the beautiful city of Riyadh with Overwatch 2. Yesterday was a crazy day. 3-0 with 2 matches اللي صار أمس كان رهيب. ولا إيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
أكيد بالذات أنا أول يوم وشفنا أول المواجهات كلها 3-0 نفس ما ذكر أخوي براء، ولكن اليوم بتكون عندنا مباريات مختلفة وبتكون أول مواجهة معانا وثاني مواجهة كلها في نصف نهائيات الأبر براكت. فكيف بتكون الأوضاع أخوي براء؟
You are absolutely right. So yesterday we saw as Rock Esports going against Vicious, and we saw F16 Esports going against Fog Esports. Again, I'm not sure if it's because it was 23rd of November, that's why we had 3-0. Maybe not. We'll see what's going to happen. What about today? شو اللي بيصير اليوم يا وجيه؟
هذا اللي كنا نتكلم عنه، واليوم بتكون معنا مباريات مثل ما ذكرنا أمس إنها بتكون نهائي مبكر بين فرق كبار في هذا المجال. فأتوقع إن كل المشاهدين وأنا وياك جاهزين أخوي براء ونبدأ في هذه المباراة. جاهز؟
Let's go.
خلونا نبدأ ونرحب معانا بالفريق الأول. أعزائنا الحضور حيوا ورحبوا معانا بفريق تويستد مايند.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for their competitor taking place here at the semifinals at here the Saudi League. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for Rock Esports!
أول مباراة استفتاحية هذا اليوم بين فريق تويستد مايند ضد فريق روكي سبورت. مثل ما احنا شايفين فالحماس الصراحة واصل حده، وأمس بسبب فوزهم هو اللي أهلهم للنصف النهائي هذا، فنتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. أعزائي المشاهدين قبل لا ندخل على الاستديو فليتفضل جميع الحضور بالوقوف استعدادا للنشيد الوطني.
Hello, welcome back for another day of Saudi eLeague action. I'm Commander X, I'm joined by Chris. We're on the STC Play Analyst desk, and we've got a big day of action ahead of us, Chris. Oh, hold on. I need to interject on my handsomely dressed fellow because he's unfortunately muted. I see his beautiful mouth moving, but no sounds have come out. So either I've lost all my hearing or Chris is muted. Have we got you, Chris? Okay, we'll let Chris get himself sorted, figure out his technical issues. Meanwhile, we can talk a little bit about some of the action we saw yesterday. So yesterday, it was the first round of playoffs, the upper bracket quarterfinals. We got to see Rock Esports take on Vicious. 3-0 for them, not too much trouble. Then on the other side, F16 3-0'd FOG, so pretty convincing wins for both of them.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can. We're back.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think so. I think both teams obviously came in with a nice 3-0, so I think both teams will have some confidence going today. But obviously, I think today will be a much bigger test for both teams.
Exactly. We've got the entry of the big boys, the group winners in the form of Twisted Minds and GK Esports. Both of them coming in with pretty high expectations, especially Twisted Minds, who anything less than winning the entire tournament, probably a pretty disappointing result for them.
Yeah, I was doing some research before. A member of this roster, this Twisted Minds roster, has won every single season of Saudi eLeague. So I think this is the 6th tournament that we have now. Some variation of this core has always won it. Sometimes they've been split to 2 different teams, but somebody from this roster has won every single one. And I feel like that would be anything less, like you said, will be a massive disappointment. Obviously, one thing we're going to try and do is we're going to try and talk and try and hype up the games. But I think that one thing, if we're being honest with our analysis, is this is the team to beat, and they haven't dropped the map so far.
Yeah, haven't dropped a map. Likewise, GK haven't dropped a series at least either, but Twisted Minds, they have to be the favourites. I think when you talk about, and we'll talk about the roster in a bit more detail, but they've got Overwatch League quality imports in their roster, but also most of their core Saudi Arabian roster is actually champions in their own right as well from the World Cup, and more than good enough to play in Overwatch League as well.
Absolutely. I think if we look at their entire roster, the vast majority of this was members of the World Cup team, which obviously was triumphant not too long ago. Hadi has won numerous contenders. Kellex has won numerous contenders. This roster has just won tournaments time and time again. Extremely decorated. And I think absolutely has to be the strongest roster from top to bottom.
That's where we'll kick off our action, and then we get to see probably a battle of the 2 closest contenders, really, in GK and F16 later in the day, where a lot of Overwatch League talent in their imports as well, some pretty impressive performances from the local talent as well, and that will be the battle for who really gets to head up against most likely Twisted Minds in that upper final.
Yeah, GK Esports, a lot of hype about these guys going into it, looked very, very good in the qualifiers. F16, maybe a lot of hype, didn't deliver, but then we actually ended up seeing them rise, and I think yesterday a very, very strong performance. So I think that game, I think it can go either way, really.
We saw a lot of good things out of F16. They've obviously made those roster changes that since they've done it, it's just worked for them. They've really put themselves in a pretty prime position, and it'll be exciting to see how they go up against GK, who have been kind of impressive since the tournament started.
Yeah, GK very much impressive so far. If you haven't had a chance to watch them, we're going to see Checkmate, obviously Overwatch League champion. We're going to see Landon, played for London Spitfire, and I think that there's a few players on that roster which people maybe haven't heard of, but we're expecting really big things from.
Exactly. We can get into a bit more detail about them later when we're closer to the game, but for now, let's focus on Twisted Minds versus Rock Esports. So Twisted Minds, we've talked about them. It's a really established core of talent, Overwatch League talent, World Cup talent, and they've added Hadi and Kellex to the roster. So why these players? What has this really done for Twisted Minds?
Well, I think one thing that's true is Kellex has played with this roster for years in contenders, so I think it was kind of a no-brainer for them. Obviously, we've spoke a lot about the decision-making teams make with imports in terms of why do they pick up like the best Overwatch League Korean talent? Do they pick up maybe some unknown or some hungrier talent? One thing that Twisted Minds are doing, they're maybe the first team we've seen so far that is only fielding one of their imports in the lineup at once. Most teams, I think we've always seen 2 imports on the field at a single time. And maybe what they're going for is they're looking for players that they know they can play with, that they know they can communicate with. I think especially when we saw some of the games yesterday, I think we were looking at it and I think, oh, well, this team really doesn't look like they're communicating in the same language. And maybe that would be okay for Twisted Minds because they focus on European players that they've played with for a long time, that they know they can communicate with and they know they can work with.
I think one thing Hadi really does for this roster as well, he actually makes it a pretty complete roster in terms of all the comps they can play. Any option is in theory open to them with the addition of Hadi, whereas a lot of the other teams are somewhat limited where, well, we've got, say Rock Esports brought in Burner, really talented player, but it probably locks them into mostly just playing Sigma comps no matter what. Whereas Hadi opens it up for any comp, really, if they need it.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think one thing that we saw with the Saudi Arabian World Cup team is I think that they were relatively flexible themselves. They obviously had a very strong look on the Sigma Lucio comp, but they were happy to make substitutions. So about their main support, bring LBBD in, and then put him on the flex support. Do we expect the same sort of thing from Twisted Minds here? Are we likely to see some double flex support comp too?
I think double flex is on the cards, especially if we go to a map like Blizzard Town or something, but they have been doing a little bit of Kellex BAP instead, keeping Majid on that Alari that he's so successful with. So, same comp, slightly different look. But if we look at Rock Esports now, they're coming in huge underdogs really into this.
I think absolutely. I think that obviously they won Frio yesterday, but I don't think it was necessarily the most convincing Frio. I think those first two maps could have went either way. Maybe the biggest worry for me is I don't know what comp they're going to play, because I feel like if they play the comps they played yesterday, which was Sigma, Lucio, BAP, then they played a lot of Symmetra, some Bastion, some Sojourn. I feel like that's something that Twisted Minds have seen a million times before, and they've dealt with a million times before. And it does feel like if this series is just going to be an honest mirror for 5 maps, it feels really difficult for me to see a way for Rock Esports to get past it.
One thing that's certainly true, I think we probably do expect for Sim Bastion at least to begin with. It's a slight twist on the meta Sigma comp, which normally is Mei Sojourn is the most we've seen so far in this tournament. And it does provide a few slight different problems. Obviously, Bernard is a little bit more vulnerable because he has no Mei, but they do have a Bastion to break for wall, and it means their repush once Sim gets beam with the Bastions going. It actually gives them quite a lot of firepower if they can survive that initial wall.
Yeah, I think absolutely. And I think that when they were able to do that yesterday, they had success. But I think we also saw a lot of times yesterday, as we maybe saw in the Kaspersky replay from earlier today, that I think it maybe like Psycho was getting caught in a lot of these walls, and they were finding timings that they were dying. And I feel like Yubi, his mate, is brilliant, really, really solid, was excellent in the World Cup, and I think that we'll expect that today. And if there's any positioning mistakes from either Bernard or Psycho, I expect it to get punished today.
Exactly, especially if we see this variant from Twisted Minds where they play the Mei and the Sim, it gives them so much frontline advantage. So any mistake from Bernard and he's in big trouble. As much as Vicious made it pretty close at times yesterday, I think one thing that was certainly true when we watched it back is Bernard got off a little bit lightly in some of these wall trades. He wasn't punished in the same way. I'll guarantee you for sure, KSA, UB, Quartz, they are going to make his life hell on these walls. So they have to be ready to help him. Gara has to be there. Fakator has to be ready to lamp him if he needs it. Get him out of that.
Absolutely. I think that one thing that was true when we scrimmed against Saudi Arabia at the World Cup was we felt it was so difficult to keep our Sigma alive in some of these trades. And I feel like over and over, we were continually dying into these Sigma trades. KSA was so aggressive, and I think that's probably what we're going to expect today as well.
I think in general, it's a really interesting matchup, right? We have World Cup champion KSA on one of his best heroes, where we have Bernard, Overwatch League finalist, on one of his best heroes. I was looking at the numbers earlier, damage per minute. Who do you think had the advantage, Chris?
It started, yes, in yesterday's game, it started pretty even actually, but I think that what we start to see towards the end of map 2, and especially once we get to map 3, and the damage gap started to go towards Bernard. But KSA, his Sigma was almost unstoppable at the World Cup. And I think that's really, really going to be like a very difficult thing for Bernard to overcome. I think KSA experienced, excellent on his heroes, the Queen, the Sigma, these type of heroes. He's genuinely absolutely a top tier Overwatch level player.
Exactly. We've even seen little bits of Ramattra from him at times, and he's looked very good on that hero as well. Obviously, the Ramattra into Sigma is a pretty reasonable matchup in theory because all of the damage from Ramattra goes through. So it's not impossible we see that on some places, maybe particularly on the Koth, but we'll have to wait and see how these two teams choose to line up.
Absolutely. And I think that what's most terrifying about Twisted Minds is if the Sigma mirror doesn't work for some reason, I think we have a lot of options. I think if we bring in Hadi, I think Reinhardt does very well into Sigma if required. I think we could then maybe even start to play some dive tanks, and maybe even a Farah or for an Echo comp if we're really, really struggling. But I think not only does this team look the strongest mirror team, the strongest meta team, they also maybe have the most flexibility, which is why I think everyone is going to be pinning this as like a heavily favored team to win the whole tournament.
Exactly. I think if there is a way for Rock Esports, you have to start well and you have to hope for Sim Bastion or some variation of that gives a slight problem that Twisted Minds aren't able to initially deal with. If you can start on the front foot, maybe you can give them a different problem to solve, and then we have Twisted Minds having to adapt and overcome rather than just getting to play what they're known best for in the Sigma Mirror.
Yes, absolutely. And I think too, I think that like one thing that is maybe true is that if we're in a situation where Hattie does have to come in and we do start to like hit Twisted Minds with some adversity, maybe because they're so like heavily favored and they're expected to be the favorites, that if they do just feel a little bit of adversity, then we can maybe get some pressure, and maybe that's how we can kind of snowball this for a victory. So they have to start strong, and map 1 is going to be so important. If we let Twisted Minds get a foothold and get ahead, I think this could be a very, very quick series.
We saw it in some of our earlier series as well. Now, Rock Esports Vicious one, where once Rock got the upper hand, it really started to get away from Vicious. And the same thing can happen to Rock today if they're not careful. They are pretty limited with their options. They can change the DPS lineup slightly, bring in Madara to play hit scan, or they can play Bastion or Mason variants. But again, a lot of these compositions are the ones that Twisted Minds are most comfortable with. So if I had to get you to put some numbers on it, what are we thinking, Chris? Score predictions.
I think, unfortunately, I'm going to have to go 3-0 Twisted.
Yeah, not to just copy your opinion and piggyback off that, but it's probably going to be 3-0 to Twisted, right? Maybe 3-1 if Rock can get the cough. Maybe looks the most likely. I guess there's maybe a decision for Rock to make at a certain point. If, say, they play the mirror on map 1, they lose the mirror on map 1. Do you actually want to go away to like a Blizzard world where you think Twisted Minds might play double flex just to take them out of that Lucio mirror?
I'm not sure. I really don't know where you go. I've been thinking about it a lot today. What's the best path? I hope that we see something different, maybe a plan B. But I think the best news that we've got is you no longer have to listen to us. And I think that our casters are ready. So I think that we can bring you Lemon Kiwi and Dustin to take us into the game.
Thank you so much, Commander and Christopher. Great analysis as usual. Yes, this seems like a one-sided matchup, Dustin, but where is the cope for Rock?
I mean, there is none. Just to be honest with you.
Oh, come on! we got to hype them up.
I know. But listen, they have good players. That is some cope to go on that side. I mean, obviously with the likes of Psycho kind of doing a lot of that carry job for them, and obviously X and both Christopher talked about it with Bernard coming in, being the finalist for the Overwatch League. He's a very good player as well. So this team does have the skill set to actually maybe get that ups against Twisted Minds. We haven't seen Twisted Minds since the group stage as well, so there's a potential that they're going to be a little bit rusty leading into this. I know people like to talk about, warming up, especially in the playoffs, just having those games under your belt can always be a benefit because, I mean, like we talked about yesterday, a lot of these teams are still trying to build that synergy and kind of find their groove as a team. So that'll be the biggest thing for Rock Esports. If they can come together today and build off of yesterday, that would be absolutely huge, Lemon.
And I think the advantage that Rock has is that they have a top 3 Sigma player like in the world.
Oh yeah.
But you're also facing like the best team in the world of Twisted Minds. Like they just came off of that hype of winning the Overwatch World Cup. I was there. I casted like so many of their matches. They are those guys. And then I'm questioning like, why is Hottie on this roster? When kind of like it's a Sigma meta and KSA is there. But then our analyst talked about how Reinhardt could do well in a Sigma matchup. Usually not in like a vacuum because Reinhardt doesn't do poke well or doesn't take poke well. But the way that Hottie plays Reinhardt is a different story. But that's not going to be a worry since KSA is starting.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a potential they could throw into the roster. Maybe, it's like currently Hottie's definitely benchy at the moment, is a way to describe him, I guess, a little bit.
Hottie on your bench? Like, that's crazy.
I mean, they can afford it. I mean, everybody probably wanted to join Twisted Minds, after the shakeup, considering they're the reigning champs. I mean, they've been so good so far. Their entire roster from top to bottom is perfect, basically. But, we don't want to obviously have too biased of a narrative here because, like you said earlier, Rock Esports have a good chance. I mean, they've got Asuna and Psycho that duo that's been fantastic for Rock Esports. So, maybe we could see on Samoa things could be different.
Yeah, we're not biased, we're realistic. Like,
Yeah.
Twisted Minds haven't dropped a single game. Like, they don't even look weak at all. So, gates are open here on Samoa. We got Volcano, and the action has already begun. And it's a Bastion sim versus a Mei sim. So, it's going to take some time for Twisted Minds to really generate that DPS. But hey, they can maybe move around Rock Esports. But you gotta worry when Asuna is in that tank configuration form. And Bernard is just got no shield, not a lot of support. And he's just getting lasered down by Yubi, who I thought was a fantastic play caller at World Cup. And I told him so. And Twisted Minds look so good with this composition.
Oh, yeah. And the interesting part, too, Lemon, is the fact that Quartz is on the main, Yubi's on the Symmetra now. So they're showing some flexibility with the roster, considering it's usually, vice versa, because Yubi's obviously a fantastic Mei, but, maybe for this matchup against Rock Esports, they wanted to try something a bit different.
Let's see, Twisted Minds are ahead, but as Rock Esports tried to teleport, there's a bit of an interruption. And when you lose your Bastion, it's pretty chalked. Unless you can catch Twisted Minds being a little greedy for their kills. But no, it's been flawless so far for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, absolutely flawless. Now 30% of the board, already 2-fight wins. I mean, they're just taking really quick fights as well. So Rock Esports have had a chance to build up some ultimates. They'll at least have the Symmetra wall leading into this one. And the fact that Sir Majed just used his window in the previous fight gives Rock Esports a potential ultimate advantage leading into this one.
Okay, here's the sim wall there from Psycho to split up the points so they can take safety on the coast side. Or lava side, I guess I should call it. But here's a sim TP from Rock Esports just to get a bit closer, I believe. And for now, it's Asuna popping off, but a good grasp right in his face. So KSA negates a lot of that damage. And with the Kelix sound barrier, Twisted Minds, though, don't have a lot of DPS despite having all of that sustain. The grab flux, maybe not even necessary from KSA when Rock Esports are just down tremendous. And Twisted Minds almost lost the point, and then they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, for Rock Esports, they started it off well with the fantastic TP from Psycho with Asuna, getting him into Twisted Minds' backline, getting that opening pick. However, like you said, there's too many ultimates. The Gravitic Flux eventually from KSA came out. I mean, amazing ultimate usage. Last fight territory now nearing on 90% of the board for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, last fight coming up. Rock Esports with the Flux that can kick things off, and the Artillery Strike is a deadly combo. You can coordinate it right. If Twisted Minds even let you pull it off, here's the Artillery Strike this time from Asuna, and Twisted Minds throw the Blizzard right in their face, and this freezes Asuna. What a heads-up play from Quartz. But Rock have already lost their main damage, their main heals, and all the blood is on the floor. And Twisted Minds so close to having a flawless round, but not if Bernard has something to say about it. He's been that rock for Rock Esports to try and keep this point alive.
Yeah, too many strong ultimates there for Rock Esports. Twisted Minds, they're still kind of in it. I mean, Quartz is getting staggered here, but the point did eventually flip. And, like you said, Rock Esports just had some better ultimates, I think, with that Gravitic Flux and the rest of their team, the Blizzard from Asuna earlier on. I mean, it was a perfect execution. Maybe leading to this one, they'll have a bit of an advantage. However, Kelix is going to have the sound barrier before Gara, and that could be absolutely huge.
Okay, well, Rock now have to defend with no ult, so this is a little sketch. But Photon Barrier is coming up soon, and Kelix has the barrier. But does he keep that for the Flux? Does he want a tempo engage? Twisted Minds are just poking and prodding. They know they don't need to be too eager. They only need one fight. It's the Amp Matrix from Thicator and the Sound Barrier just in time from Kelix. So Twisted Minds can approach. And when they did, they took down both supports. Yubi's on fire. And Twisted Minds can always depend on him to take down the opposition. Now there's a few more members left. I think just Bernard and Psycho, and that Photon Barrier came in too late for Rock to hopefully protect that point for them. As now it's overtime with a few members of Twisted Minds. I think about 4 or 5 remaining. Yeah, the whole squad is there, so Twisted Minds take round 1.
Yeah, that was overall Rock Esports. They look solid at points. They almost were able to withstand the engagement from Twisted Minds. However, on Volcano specifically, I feel like the map is very small, so, and you still need to stay near that point, especially when it's 90%. They need to disengage Kelix's sound barrier, but it's just too hard because of how big that map is. And, you know, like you said, I mean, that advantage was far too much. Gara was about 55% by the time that Kellex engaged with his sound barrier. And, it was just way too difficult for Rock Esports to withstand Twisted Mind's engage. I mean, Psycho was close at points to carrying, because with that symmetry, with high charge, and with that wall, you can make a comeback potential there. However, Twisted Mind just had too many members on the objective, leading to them capturing that first round.
Yubi had fantastic survivability, despite being on a sim, which I'm always falling over on that hero. Like, so squishy, so vulnerable, and Yubi can just TP in and get like a double kill without getting noticed. So we go to the beach side. Bridge control already for Rock Esports, and this is a power position on the map. This is going to be a great angle for Asuna to just rain hell on Twisted Minds, who are across the way. And speaking of across the way, Quartz is on an off angle, and this is exactly how you want to play Sojourn. And maybe if you want to finish off a kill, you could even jump up there, be part of the party, you know, but Quartz is just shooting for free. And Asuna was just focused on trying to win the tank war to help his fellow tank out, but if you ignore Quartz, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, I mean, the Sojourn on this round specifically is always super strong. I mean, you called it the off angle that Quartz took, you know, ended up in that huge advantage. They found Gara amidst the fight. I mean, those railgun shots are absolutely huge. You saw Lip in World Cup taking similar angles with the Sojourn. So in this map specifically, that's a really strong hero.
Yeah. And Quartz looked fantastic. I mean, he was making Shy blush at the World Cup, but that was one of the best from APAC. So, and as I'm hyping him up, he dies. But now that someone's actually paying attention to him, we might see Quartz look a little bit more human. But Twisted Minds are only down by 1. Rock's taking a lot of damage. You need to see Twisted Minds go for the execution. And KSA is not afraid to approach that Bastion, but they are keeping Rock locked down in that hut.
Yeah, Suna's kind of been coming online. I mean, perfect TP play again with him and Psycho. That's the win condition for Rock Esports. If they can kind of figure out that synergy between both Asuna and Psycho, keep the tempo up, maybe keep Twisted Minds guessing, that would be big. However, leading into this next fight, Twisted Minds have the ultimates, and Rock Esports are very close to their own.
Yeah, Bernard's trying to mark everyone, and they almost let them out of their cage, and here's the Flux to just shut them all down. You got Quartz, who's also still protecting the point. They'll gain that right back in the Blizzard, right as Rock steps out. But what a barrier from Gara. Rock Esports actually lived throughout that, and they think this is their moment to shine. Big accretion there. Rock Esports use every ult to turn that fight. They don't want to have Twisted Minds get that much of a lead.
No, I mean, perfect barrier from Gara, amazing immortality field from Vacator to keep Bernard alive. The wall as well, I believe, was from Yubi, kind of screwed up Quartz's railgun shot with the overclock. So just to negate that ultimate alone is big. And Quartz keeps taking these off angles, forcing Srimajed to get away from the main roster.
Okay, the lead back for Rock Esports with the Amp Matrix. A little bit scary there. And Twisted Minds stuck playing off of their own Amp Matrix, and Yubi has to be a little bit careful if he's going to enter that room. You never know what's waiting for you on the other side. As Rock Esports now return to the point, they're not afraid to give up a little bit of space. Bernard, his entry point can be that Flux, and he's waiting at the front door, not afraid to take damage too, so that he can generate some support ultimates, but everyone needs help, and Rock Esports just can't handle the pokes that Twisted Minds put out. And Rock Esports will be dropping the point shortly, but 80% or so is not bad. They'll be within one fight to win.
Yeah, that's the pressure of a grade A Mei player. One of the best in the world, Yubi is at that character. You know, people will talk about Backbone and some of these other guys that are fantastic at Mei, but Yubi really is a top Mei as well. The pressure that he just put onto Rock Esports was too much for them to handle.
Let's see. Twisted Minds can make the comeback, which sounds weird to say, as like the strong favorites of this tournament. Here's Bernard, kind of waiting for the play call. Really, he should be the play caller. How do you enter with this Flux? You use the shield to block off the damage from Quartz or wherever the DPS are set up. It's hard to keep track of them all. The Flux starts from Bernard and KSA, but only one manages to get the barrier off, and it's Kellex. But Bernard eats the Blizzard. You shut down a Twisted Minds win condition, but Twisted Minds are only a few seconds away from taking map number 1, and Rock Esports can't let this go for free.
Yeah, Ant Matrix here towards the point, but Bernard's using his cooldowns perfectly to get towards that point. However, Yubi with that kill in Effactor is huge before Gara could even get that beat drop. However, with that advantage, Lemon, Rock Esports are still on this objective. If Psycho can remain high charge, they have a good chance here.
Yeah, Rock Esports need to put out the damage because they don't have Vacator, who switches to the Kiriko so he can teleport closer to the fight, or quicker to the fight, I should say. Twisted Minds have KSA on the Doomfist, again, to come back to the objective as quickly as possible, but now it's up to the DPS to really shine, and Quartz gets 2! Now 3! Are you serious? Twisted Minds have the Clutch King on their team, and that overtime will dwindle away, and map number 1 goes to Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, what a round from them to come back from both DPSs with UV and Quartz looking amazing. You know, besides, people talk about KSA, the Sigma player for this team. He is consistent as well, but Bernard is definitely going head to head with him at the moment. I mean, both looking super strong on that hero at the moment. And, you know, I guess a takeaway there, Lemon, for Rock Esports is like we talked about. I mean, they looked solid on that second round. Maybe it's the fact that Samoa is such a new map and things are changing, as Kellis gives us a nice little thumbs up. I mean, overall, it seems like Rock Esports have kind of found a bit more synergy compared to the other day. A lot of love shown from the Twisted Minds guys, Lemon. I mean, that's always good to see.
Yeah, they're such a hype team to watch, too. The vibes were just immaculate, too, at World Cup. Great speech when they won the whole thing, too. And we were wondering, like, what team, who in this bracket can take a game off of Twisted Minds? Like, Rock Esports actually had a lead at some point, and I think the analysts even pointed out yesterday, the best player on Rock Esports is Psycho, and you need him to be on a carry hero, and I think he's doing his best on that Symmetra. But if Twisted Minds are aware of this, it's always easy to mark that carry and make sure that he can't speak up. But Bernard is also just that pillar in the front line, like you mentioned, that just keeps the team together. And even Christopher mentioned, like in scrims, it's sometimes really important to protect your Sigma or to target the opposition, because that's really what holds a team together.
Yeah, I think you're 100% on the mark there with Psycho kind of needing to be on some of those carry heroes, because, I mean, you would think in a traditional composition, the Symmetra would be that carry hero. However, once you pair it with that Bastion, the Symmetra definitely kind of turns into a bit more of that utility role with the TPs and just setting up Asuna, which Asuna was no slouch either there, though. I mean, specifically on that second round, he was doing a lot of work on the Bastion and was consistently putting that damage output that Rock desperately needed. However, when you look at the other side, and we look at the May play of the Saudi eLeague's tournament so far, it does feel like a lot of the Mays are not to the level of maybe if you looked at yesterday with Merit, with now today with Yubi. And the pressure that these guys put down range with their Ice Blast and with the right clicks, it's just so consistent, and that's really the biggest worry, because once Yubi comes online, when you have a Mei player that is doing nearly as much as a Sojourn is in terms of damage output, that's when you have to be worried as a team. And I think that's the biggest worry for Rock Esports leading forwards.
Yeah, Yubi caused a lot of panic on Beach when they had Rock just locked into that hut, and as soon as they stepped out, Yubi placed the most fantastic blizzard that just covered the whole area, and there was just no escaping that. And you probably didn't even know he was coming if you were still inside the house, and that forced like all of the ultimates out of Rock Esports, which was very, very clutch from someone like Gara. Rock Esports, it took a second for them to become more aware of all the players on the field, which sounds like stupid, but you really got to mark where these DPS are, especially Sojourns, who are not traditionally going to play around a Sigma. They're going to tend to play away so that they could get past your Sigma shield. So once they started marking Quartz, Rock Esports had an easier time, but Quartz just had a field day, regardless if they were looking at him or not.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player, one of the best in the entire world. I mean, I was talking to you about it as well, and we can talk about this fact now as well, as that Quartz has had offers, which, by the way, the next map will be Blizzard World, is going to be our hybrid that we're going to. I think it's the first time that we're actually going to see it, to change topics a bit here, Lemon. Isn't that kind of crazy that we've been seeing a lot of Midtown, but now Blizzard World?
And no subs either, so no Hottie for now, or others that may be substituted in. Like Rock is very comfortable with their DPS, of course. The tricky thing about Blizzard World that I noticed at the World Cup was that it's all about rotations for that point. Kind of, it's a journey.
Yeah.
It's a journey to get to that point, and it's not as easy as just place the sim DP on the objective and then start fighting. Like, you got to go to the top right high ground, maybe come around back. There's different ways to approach it, and the defense has a lot of opportunities to stop that rotation or just stop that journey to the point, and that's where a lot of full holds can happen. So you got to hope that you have a lot of time together as a team, and you got a foolproof plan to go to the point.
I think you made an excellent point there with the rotations, and then to add on to that as well. I mean, there's so many different compositions that not only you could play, but so can the enemy. I mean, that's obvious, right? It seems like that would be obvious to even the average Overwatch player. But when you consider all of the different variations, it can get kind of complicated at a macro level. How you have to play. Because currently in this meta, you have the Lucio Baptiste, that's the strong composition, but also we have the double flex support kind of, Illari Baptiste composition that also is viable. And that plays it so different compared to this Lucio Sigma composition as well. So when we take into account those different factors, these teams can play so many different things at a high level. And especially with a team like Twisted Minds, they could pull that out if they really wanted to.
Really interesting that Twisted Minds are not opting for a Symmetra, and the Mei struggles on the attack. Kind of, you're just using it to block off damage so you can approach the point more safely, but Rock Esports, I guess, aren't really going to put up much of a fight to stop Twisted Minds to just walk for free towards the point. So Twisted Minds trying to heal back up. Like, Rock Esports are putting in a lot of damage, but no kills quite yet. So with this kind of poke and prod, you might see an Ant Matrix be like the first ultimate, but Twisted Mind surely will break through without even needing an ultimate. And there's Kelix with the Cheerios. Good morning, Psycho. But Asuna's on the high ground, so Kelix is gonna get another one. Okay, he's just finishing off everyone's kills. That's a good teammate after all. And a 5 versus 3 for Twisted Mind. Surely they can get this done.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's what having, a veteran like Kelix does for your team. Bernard Gar did come back and find 2. On that point as well, but with Yubi and KSA still there, it wasn't enough. But Bernard's trying to find some extra value before going down. In that fight in particular, well, Psycho's still actually juggling the objective, so maybe they can get a comeback here, actually, Lemon. There is a potential, but with 2 ticks on the board already, it's not looking likely.
Yeah, it's tough to recontest, and I'm surprised that Rock Esports just, after all the damage they did, all of that work, they didn't get a single kill. Like, they killed Calix, and like, about time you punish the Lucio that's double killing you. But hey, there's Quartz not getting out alive. Rock Esports can hold this choke a lot safer, but Twisted Minds came around back, so Asuna does not want to be in this position. Bernard's by his side. He's got the flux. He dodges the accretion. Fantastic damage into KSA, who might have an answer back if Bernard doesn't get any help. I'm so curious about the DPS numbers, because Rock Esports are getting a lot better at finishing off their kills, but they need to follow up Bernard with perfect synergy. So Twisted Minds are missing some members, but keep in mind, their spawns are very close, and you do not want to be on this bridge. Rock Esports, this is not where you want to defend. The choke is definitely the best spot for them, but they got too desperate to finish off Twisted Minds.
I mean, these spawns are just far too close. Twisted Minds, coming at Rock Esports like a horde in a zombie movie, right? It's just too hard to have to deal with them at the moment. Rock Esports had built some ultimates at the very least, though. So that's kind of the idea with that previous fight, was just hold close, don't use ultimates, force Twisted Minds to use their ultimates, and go with an advantage into this next one.
Right. Quartz is just stepping up. He says, come at me, bro. An old Western showdown just right up the spawn room doors of Rock, who photon barrier to stop a Sojourn is a little sus to me. Psycho. You still get punished at the end. Someone needs to shoot back. And I'm wondering about Asuna's hero pool. Does he not have a strong Sojourn to want to contest this? Because Bastion doesn't have amazing long range to deal with this.
Yeah, see, it seems like they're one-tricking this composition at the moment. That's a tough ultimate to use, by the way, in the previous fight. Did they actually not even get a contest? Wow. Yeah. That's crazy. No contest in the Streets phase besides early on towards the objective. I mean, it's because of that wipe that just happened, but that's brutal because now Twisted Minds are going to have a 4-minute and 20-second time bank to work with in third phase.
Okay, well, a stop can happen here. 4 minutes. Rock Esports can do it. Artillery Strike and the Grab Flux is a combo. They didn't, I don't think they pulled it off on Samoa, but hey. Second time's a try. Rock Esports playing the corner. Now Twisted Minds is forcing their hand. You got the Grab Flux and the Blizzard from Twisted Minds. The barrier from Gara. Is it enough to save them? The UB Blizzard freezes Bernard right after, but somehow Rock is still standing, and I can't believe that. Psycho couldn't disengage fast enough, and Bernard dip, dive, and dodge against the accretion to pull off that Sigma Flux, and Twisted Minds are just now getting the job done. Good sustain from Rock Esports, but not being able to stop UB and Quartz is a problem.
Yeah, Suna's going to swap over to the Mei, but the tough part for Rock Esports now is that Twisted Minds on this map in particular have upped the aggression levels, right? They're not giving any breathing room for Rock Esports to kind of come back or figure things out as they have the double support ultimate advantage to this next one. This surely will be really hard for Rock Esports to win.
Alright, Sir Majed is ready with the Amp Matrix. Everyone on Twisted Minds is on fire in the game. Rock Esports haven't won a team fight since the point, and they need to stop this avalanche. Rock Esports will have the respawn advantage too. So here's the Amp Matrix from Sir Majed, forcing Rock Esports to the left corner. It's a trade for trade, but no sound barrier, maybe a big win condition, but there's so many more options for Twisted Minds. Here's the Flux to get Rock Esports low, forces the Immortality out of Decatur as Quartz hopes to finish them off with the Overclock, and Gara steps up just to boop him away, and it does end up working out. So the Rock Esports confidence is finally showing, but someone has to remove Yubi from the point. Psycho uses the Photon Barrier just to provide a safe area for Rock Esports to defend from, but here's KSA and the rest to finish the job. And 2 minutes and 11 seconds, not bad for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's a really good time bank on Blizzard World. You know, Asuna's swap over to the Mei was definitely, I think, an interesting swap, considering, you know, this composition. The consistent thing for Rock Esports is they really don't have a lot of this, like, tempo besides, like, as a team they can kind of, like, work together with their Bastion in the Symmetra to consistently put pressure on Twisted Minds, but there's not a lot of pick potential. That was the thing with Twisted Minds, is you have Quartz, you have Yubi to kind of combo for multiple picks, but Rock Esports, once they swapped Asuna over to the Mei and they still had Psycho on the Sim, I mean, there really wasn't a lot of pick potential. Asuna did find the right click onto Kelix, but that is not as consistent as having that Sojourn Mei combination. Maybe at the choke point they were looking to just hold against Twisted Minds. That's why Twisted Minds were like kind of not scared, but they were a bit passive to push in there because they don't want to take all that damage from Symmetra turrets and also have to deal with the consistent damage output from Rock Esports that they were doing. But that did give time for Rock Esports to build ultimates and maybe mount a comeback. However, Twisted Minds are so consistent these days, perfectly timing their ultimates, really just building up the ones they know are their massive win conditions, and we're just closing out with 2 minutes 11 seconds off of the back of a UV Blizzard.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I mean, took the point flawlessly. They got a bit held up in terms of the progress after that, but then Rock Esports pushed their luck and started getting booped off into the water. So, pick potential from Mail depends on if you're backbone or not, I guess, because he's kind of one of the few players who makes Mei look like a sniper. But Twisted Minds have a very good time bank. Rock Esports do not want to face match point. But here are those rotations I talked about. When you have that Symmetra, you can get around the map faster. They're coming around the back side. Twisted Mind's going to counter-rotate, hold the high ground. KSA now just has to focus his shield forward, and it's going to be about whose shield is going to break first, but Twisted Minds are not going to drop despite Bernard not having a shield.
They're trying to kind of wait out Quartz's railgun shot during this as well, not give him some of that pressure that he could build onto their supports. Really just the big thing is avoiding those shots from Quartz at the moment, because Psycho already tried to walk in there. I mean, it's just an even fight at the moment as Rock Esports look to make their push.
Ooh, it's a good boop.
Oh!
It's boop for boop. Like, Twisted Minds got booped off the high ground, which was fantastic, and then the aggression just hits Asuna in the face. Asuna really likes to get in Twisted Mind's space, but he often finds himself getting booped in that water, and machines don't do well with water, I heard. So Twisted Minds have been able to punish Rock Esports despite a pretty good approach to the fight.
Yeah, that's two, insane boops already off the map. The first one from Kelix was big. And oh my god, Quartz, by the way, finds a stagger kill on Asuna. But yeah, I mean, that second accretion from KSA, I don't think I've seen a rock that hit that hard before. Specifically on Blizzard World, so many people getting booped off the map and environmentally killed is definitely a sight to see. But, leading this next fight here, Twisted Minds are going to have a slight ultimate advantage. However, Rock Esports could mount some ultimates into this one.
Twisted Minds, very economical.
Oh.
Well, you don't need to flux if the guy is dead, and the job is done. Bernard is dead. Rock Esports ain't going nowhere. But guess who's stepping up? Quartz is on the hunt, and he always is. He's always being aggressive and pushing forward and finding those picks, and it's sending Rock Esports back.
Rock Esports, sadly, got picked off there towards that, statue side. Maybe a bit of communication issues alongside Bernard, but they'll have a solid advantage into this one if they can build up their ultimates, as KSA won't have his gravitic flux. It'll be 5 ultimates versus 4.
And a SimTV from Rock Esports trying to go for the surprise factor of the Amp Matrix plus the Bastion, and Yuppie's like, I just jumps on the grenade, just Ice Blocks right in front of them, hoping to get Asuna, which once he is out of Ice Block, he does so. Asuna is just a victim. Psycho will try to protect his team with the Photon Barrier, and it's a good flux from Bernard, and Twisted Minds, I think, only got one affected, and of course, you can't let him go for free like this. The sound barrier from Gara maybe lets Rock Esports get a bit closer to the Sojourn, but yeah, there's just so many threats, so many problems that Rock Esports have to deal with that who do you look at?
Yeah, I mean, Guard is 1-1 with Kelix in the very back at the very least, so maybe he's making it a bit scrappy, trying to kind of, work his magic on Lucio. You see this in ranked. I don't know about it much in a professional match in the Saudi League. I mean, he's going for the 1v1 with Sir McJed, but yeah, no. 20 seconds left now, Lemon. I mean, this is looking dicey for Rock Esports, who just committed so many ultimates.
That was pretty funny. Those are the Lucio players in your rank games. Be like, my team sucks, I'm on the flank. So, kind of worked out. I mean, if you would have got that kill on Sir McJed, that could have been winnable for his team, but Rock Esports still missing their Bastion, which is holding them back, that lack of flexibility, and that is the map. Not a single point cap there from Rock Esports. That'll be match point for Twisted Minds.
Match point for Twisted Minds. I can't say this was unexpected. Maybe on Samoa, there was a good chance for Rock Esports, and at points, Rock Esports looked good on Blizzard World, but this just goes back to the original point I made with the likes of Twisted Minds upping the aggression on this map, and realistically also with the map being out for such a long time, and this team being together for an incredibly lengthy time as well, results in them just kind of understanding when to push, when to make those engages, and really just not let Raw Esports come back. I kind of feel bad for Rock Esports at points, considering there was just so much aggression from Twisted Minds. It just really wasn't even giving them any time at all to mount a comeback. I mean, if we, recall back to after Twisted Minds made it through first phase, Rock Esports did find some success at the very beginning of the Streets phase, but after losing that first fight, everything just collapsed. I mean, this was a back-breaking moment with Kelix getting the boop off the map as well, but I mean, as you can see, even in the replays, we just teleport back down to third phase because realistically, nothing went Rock Esports' way in the Streets phase.
Yeah, besides the point B Photon Barrier from Psycho when Quartz was going a little ham there and Psycho still died, all of his Photon Barriers, I think, have just given his team a chance. Rock Esports just need a chance, and Twisted Minds are not letting them have one. Quartz is focused on killing everyone but the Sigma, and then Asuna is focused on killing the Sigma. The issue is that now that Twisted Minds realize where all that pressure, who is getting that pressure, which is their tank player, then you dump all your resources into KSA, keep him alive, and then just make sure to save your grasp and important cooldowns for when Asuna's in tank form. There was some cool plays, some cool ideas that Rock Esports had, with the They tried to teleport quickly, get the Amp Matrix up, and sometimes you can surprise teams by those sudden rotations. Catch someone off guard and hopefully get a kill, but Twisted Minds were just so aware at all times, even when Psycho would solo TP on an off angle just to see what he can get, because those charged Symmetra right clicks, you can't underestimate what that can do. And Psycho just immediately was looked at and had to leave. So Psycho just trying to get something done. Asuna not being able to help with the tank battle. Rocky Sports have good ideas, but the execution isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they could make, compositional changes that we were kind of discussing earlier, but it does feel like they're just kind of running this Symmetra Bastion, right? This is kind of that comp that they're sticking to. Personally, I like that Sojourn May composition that the likes of Twisted Minds are running, especially on a lot of these more open maps. You would think that Bastion would do more. I don't know. Like, Lemon, what do you think?
Right?
Yeah, like
burr, right? That's all you need to do, right?
Well, do you think that this is like more of like a compositional thing, or is it just like a time together? Like, would Twisted Minds do this, do this well on that Bastion Symmetra comp that the other team is running, that Rock Esports is running?
Well, I'm sure Twisted Minds have a ton of time together, considering they probably have to scrim for the World Cup. They probably scrimmed against really, really good teams at that. And I'm not as aware of how much time Rock Esports have together, but this is maybe just punching above their weight limit a bit. Of Rock Esports, I think they can fight for top 4, but Twisted Minds might be kind of head and shoulders above them when it comes to synergy, time together, and also their hero pools. Like, Twisted Minds have played the Sebastian, they've played the Sojourn, and they adapt to their opponent, whilst we haven't seen Rocky Sports try to match the Sojourn, because Twisted Minds play at long range, which makes this Bastion pretty useless. It doesn't do well at long range. That's why Quartz is able to win so many, well, I guess I wouldn't even call them fights, because Quartz is just standing there shooting them and Rock is running.
Oh no. Yeah, you called it earlier. They're not shooting back at the moment. But, speaking about shooting back, we will be going to a short break. We'll see you for that map number 3. We'll see if Twisted Minds can close at the 3-0 or Rock Esports can reverse sweep. Welcome back, everybody, to the Saudi eLeagues. We are obviously in this series between Twisted Minds and the likes of Rock Esports. At the moment, Twisted Minds are up 2-0 over Rock Esports. Map number 1, Samoa, was relatively close, Lemon, even though they still ended up, Twisted Minds still ended up getting that 2-round win. And then in the second map, obviously on Blizzard World, it wasn't as close. I mean, what does this spell for Rock Esports leading into map number 3? Is there any sort of maybe, comeback that they can do here? Is there something that they can work on as a team that is a quick fix maybe leading into this next map that they can maybe come back from, Twisted Minds?
In a non-serious way, I kind of want to see Gara on DPS. Like, he's kind of looking mechanically really impressive, and I think he's got that drive. And there was even some Widow 1v1s he was taking yesterday during the tech delays that apparently he was styling on some people, and what I saw on Blizzard World was kind of funny. I want to see more of that. But on a serious note, what other looks can we see from Rock Esports? It's been the same Bastion stuff, and it is counterable. Yes, Bastion goes burr, and that is a lot of damage, but there are ways to mitigate that. I think KSA is one of the best Sigmas out there, so he's really good at cycling his shield, his grasp, and of course when you have a Mei with UB, perhaps you have a Mei wall option, which UB is not afraid. Like, the bro is jumping into an Ant Matrix with a Bastion and ice blocking and then winning and surviving and getting kills. Like, what? Twisted Minds get away with too much crime on that game.
There's a reason why we always see free tank players on the X website, about talking about how Mei is a tank player's worst nightmare. It just feels like it's everybody's worst nightmare. Just the Mei just kind of always ruins everybody else's day when they're trying to do something, like you said, with either the ice block or an ice wall. And Yubi really is one of the best at it. I mean, I can't stress this enough how good he is on Mei, and you can obviously tell just through the gameplay that he does that he is also one of the best alongside KSA and the rest of this Twisted Minds team. Now, leading into New Junk City, Lemon, I think this actually could favor Rock Esports a little bit, considering maybe like Samoa, because Flashpoint is such a new game mode, because it's similar to Control, you can kind of outskill, out-talent the other team. So maybe with a little bit of star power for Rock Esports, I could see them potentially mounting a comeback here, maybe especially with the Bastion Sim, because they're so good at holding choke points.
Yeah, Rock Esports, and just by the by, losers picked the maps. So Rock Esports, Blizzard World, which is, quote, less common because everyone is picking Midtown in this tournament, and everyone picks Suravasa, even the Owl teams. That's like the most scrimmed Flashpoint. So I wonder if Rock Esports are scrimming these less common maps, maybe try to have an advantage, but we shall see. We got the the Sim Bastion versus the Meg Sojourn.
Okay, yeah, interesting back and forth. Again, we've seen this on the previous maps. So, consistently running these competitions, both of these teams, Rock Esports, early taking that flank angle over the top side. Both teams just looking to win team fights rather than focus on the objective just yet.
Yeah, now that it's unlocked, you can commit your Lucio, or
just bring around the Rosie.
You can just, you can counter rotate, you can dance all you want. That's a good Mei wall from UB to slow down this push. Here's Rock Esports' approach, and man, KSA just went in there with an accretion. And Bernard's losing the tank war, but what a good immortality from Vicator to save him. But Twisted Minds are just starting to overwhelm Rock Esports, and it's match point for Twisted Minds, by the way. So it's only going to get rough from here.
Yeah, I mean, first cap for Twisted Minds is huge. Ultimate advantage in their favor as well. Rock Esports really, their DPS is obviously, if you just look at the ult charge, didn't get a lot done in that previous fight. Really, it was their supports, like you said, Vacatory really getting perfect immortality fields, heals down range and stuff. But leading to this next one, I mean, Yubi's got a Blizzard all ready to go, and Asuna and Psycho aren't even 50% to their DPS ultimates.
Okay, Rock Esports. See how long they can dance for. I mean, they actually have to get in the club, though, for now, and Twisted Minds may just let them walk through this door for free. And I thought, you know, maybe there'd be a cheeky UB Blizzard waiting for them. No, Twisted Minds are letting them have so much space. Here's the Amp Matrix from Vicator. Kind of hate this because Twisted Minds are now just on the other side of this wall, waiting even more. This is free time for Twisted Minds. And Rock Esports are trying to get the flip using this Amp Matrix, so there is some intention. But Twisted Minds aren't too bothered. They use an Amp Matrix of their own, actually, just to kind of scare Rock Esports back into submission. And flying above is Bernard. Should get this kill on the Quartz, but amazing heals coming out of Surmajed and the Immortality for Insurance. And now that Rock Esports are within arm's reach, you got Quartz overclock. All the ultimates from Twisted Minds called. It's about to ball us 100-0 first point.
I mean, you talked about how they disengaged the window initially from Vacator and then came back in with their own. You know, Rock Esports couldn't even get the flip on the objective either, so that's tough for Rock Esports. Twisted Minds now up 1 so far in Flashpoint. 30 seconds to the next one unlocks. You know, maybe Rock Esports with their ultimate advantage could do something leading into this next fight.
Yeah, Rock Esports. I like that they're changing the pace a bit. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to, like, play the distance game. But they can't get too flustered being down 0-2. And the slow plus the Maywall. Like, Asuna was just toast. And it was too late once he was already in that tank form. But without that Bastion, can Psycho pick up the DPS? He's less than half health. Manages to use the Photon Barrier, which is barely giving them any protection. The Sound Barrier was enough sustain, but Twisted Minds are just beating them down one by one. And Twisted Minds already capped the point, so Bernard could get staggered here. He's like the only one left.
I mean, it's just Jover for Rock Esports. I don't know. I mean, don't mean to be too much of a pessimist there, but like they just commit ultimates to a lost team fight already. And, you know, when teams are doing that, that's how you know the mental's not great. Bernard gets staggered freaking forever. And now they're back here, too. They're going to die even more staggered here, Lemon. That's so bad trying to come back and save Bernard, man. I'm like cringing at it. It's so...
Oh, get him.
He's getting staggered again. No. It's the infinite stagger, Lemon. It's the stagger that lasts an eternity. Ugh. Terrible.
And nobody on Twisted Minds, okay, well, their coach is maybe giggling. I would be, if y'all saw me in my show match, like, I had the most evil laugh when I would do stuff like that. If I was bagging, if I was staggering, whatever I was doing, I was giggling. Twisted Minds are so locked in, laser focused, because they want to make this, like, the easiest and swiftest 40K that they've won. And 40K is for first place, by the way. And Twisted Minds are vying for that. Like, they haven't dropped the game. Rock Esports have barely been able to put a dent. We go now to the potential final point here of New Junk City, with Twisted Minds having an Amp Matrix ready to maybe just hose them down. But it's Vicator with theirs first, with the Bastion. Twisted Minds are going to hide.
Yeah, I mean, there was only one fight now that the Rock Esports could get in the last one. Re-engaged, though, from Twisted Minds against Bernard's Gravitic Flux. I mean, did they take advantage here, Lemon?
Oh, the dodge from KSA. I think you take advantage of that. Wait, Bernard is trying to focus on whatever his team is shooting out. Okay, they eventually confirm the kill onto KSA. Now Calyx is getting a piece of this fight. Quartz is overclocking. Now everyone should run. And Twisted Minds only gave up the point for a few seconds before they take it right back.
Yeah, and it's still ultimate's gone for Rock Esports again. I mean, they're really, it feels like they straight up just haven't won a team fight just yet, and that's really bad. As Twisted Minds have the objective, at least they have some number. They could get Psycho's ultimate mid fight, but with KSA getting the Gravitic Flux as well, I mean, this feels like last fight considering we're on Flashpoint.
Yeah, this ticks up very fast, especially when there's like kind of a poke phase. And that takes time to create that window of opportunity where you want to engage. And that window of opportunity is there for Rock Esports. They sim TP in, but right into the flux of KSA, and Quartz was charged up, ready to go. And Rock Esports are having their DPS target.
They're gonna get staggered.
There's posters around town of Psycho and Asuda's faces on there, and Twisted Minds never let them live in fights. And poor Bernard is just there, with his remains on the floor. Like, it's just rough. Twisted Minds, a few more seconds before they will go to the finals. Was anyone there to contest? No! Rocky Sports fall without taking a point, and Twisted Minds take them down swiftly.
I mean, that was just perfect. You're right. Swiftly indeed. I mean, Twisted Minds 3-0 to put themselves already, really deep into this tournament. In the upper bracket finals, they're just 2 full matches away from winning a potential another season. I mean, the Desk talked about it. They have star caliber talent on this team who have just won many Saudi eLeagues in previous teams, as well as Twisted Minds. So, I mean, this is scary for any team going against the likes of Twisted Minds, who just on Flashpoint looked amazing, on hybrid maps look super good. Their only weakness that you could say is maybe control, but they still got the 2 rounds necessary to win on that map as well. So, I mean, if I'm any other team right now, Lemon, I'm just shaking in my boots. Twisted Minds look better than they ever have previously.
Yeah, that's a great note for Twisted Minds to end on for today. They move on to the upper bracket final, which will be taking place, of course, next week on the 30th, so Thursday. So if you're a Twisted Minds fan, mark that down. Lots of hugs on both sides, friendships all around. I'm sure these guys have competed against each other, maybe even been teammates at some point. I'm sure Saudi eLeague has had great teams like this face off time and time again, but Rocky Sports, like the analyst said, didn't have a convincing 3-0 yesterday, and you thought they were going to take a page from that book and really turn up today, because you got to play your hearts out if you're going to be playing like the kings, essentially, of Saudi Arabia. So Rocky Sports will be heading to the lower bracket to face either Vicious or Fog Esports. It's actually Fog Esports, so there is potential for them to make the comeback.
Yeah, there definitely is potential. I mean, they have some things that look good at points, right? I mean, they've obviously figured out the composition that they want to run. But, I think that if you compare them to Twisted Minds, maybe they'll have to look for a different composition or a different playstyle. I mean, it's tough because, it was such a dominant game from Twisted Minds where, you really can't even blame the composition, I guess, at points. I mean, they just overall as a team dominated. When we went to Flashpoint, I mean, there was, considering for 1 point when there's only one fight just to win that point, that's crazy. I mean, they staggered Rock Esports for literally like 50%. That's absurd. I mean, I don't know if that's either just like a map design thing or if that's just Twisted Minds being so good, but I feel like, Lemon, to capture an objective, I feel like you should win more than one team fight. You know what I mean? Like that seems kind of crazy.
Ideally, right?
Ideally we get a little more Overwatch gameplay, but Twisted Minds just deciding to not give us any. They just ended it quick.
But what makes Twisted Minds so good is that they are just the masters of this meta. They can play the Mei Sim, the Sim Bastion, the Sojourn. They can play any of the DPS heroes that are meta, and they cater that to their opponent. Like when Quartz was against Shy, he popped on the Sojourn. When he was against most of the other teams on World Cup, you saw a lot of Bastion. The coordination around the Sim can be a little tricky, and UB pulled that off perfectly. So you could see that experience from the World Cup has only elevated Twisted Minds more and more, and they're kind of just farming now. So we'll see who will join Twisted Minds in the upper bracket final. Actually, up next it's going to be GK Esports versus F16, and we'll have an interview shortly too with one of the members of Twisted Minds to hear their thoughts on the whole bracket. But what have you thought of the bracket so far?
Yeah, I mean, I like all the other teams in the tournament as well as Twisted Minds. Some of them have looked good previously, even before a lot of these new players have joined the roster. F16, I know, is we talk about Rock Esports being a potential upset against Twisted Minds, but as is the likes of F16, who will be going against GK, like we talked about before. So, I mean, they're a really good team that has competed previously, and we're the only team, I believe, if we're talking about the last season of Saudi eLeagues, that took Twisted Minds to that full 5 maps. However, they still kind of struggle against other teams that weren't Twisted Minds. So, things are kind of still up in the air as the tournament goes on to potentially see who could take on the likes of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and to just see the cams too. I love a LAN environment where we get to see the players' reactions. And Twisted Minds look so focused, determined. They have so much drive. And you heard the speech at the World Cup, just what this means to, well, at the World Cup, represent their country, but also to just grow as players and hopefully just not only put their names in the running to potentially be in the Overwatch League to, you know, their Surmajet, but you got to add more Saudi players up there. There's clearly so much talent here, even besides Twisted Minds. But I hear that we're going to talk to one of those stars. Yubi is on the stage. Let's go check in with that interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, finished the first match taking place right here, the semi-finals of Overwatch 2 here at the Saudi eLeague. As you saw, Twisted Mind won this match, so congratulations. So we noticed something about this match. They were more relaxed, not really aggressive. So what happened there?
نفس ما سمعنا فعلا. هذا السؤال كويس انك سالته لانه كان في مخي. فلعبكم اخوي يوبي حاب اقول لك الف مبروك اكيد. فلعبكم كان بطيء، ما كان نفس العاده اجريسيف. فوش اللي صار؟
اول شيء الله يبارك فيك، اللي ضدنا اليوم احنا نعرف الكومب اللي راح يلعبونه، عشان كذا كنا مجهزين له. مو في العاده راح نلعب اجريسيف لان الكومب كان اقوى.
واو يا الاجابه.
Oh, you got that right. So ladies and gentlemen, pretty much they are not only Twisted Minds, they are mind readers as well. They know the combos, they predicted everything and they went with it. So now for another question that I got from the audience as well. They were like asking, how were the healers able to balance between the damage and healing?
نفس ما سمعنا. كيف قدروا الهيلرز انهم يجمعون بين انهم يهيل يدمج بنفس الوقت؟ كيف ما تشتتوا؟
احس طبيعي دام معك افضل سبورتين في البطوله يسوون ذا الشيء صراحه. معك سير ماجد وكليك.
يستاهلون تحيه الصراحه.
Well, simply said, ladies and gentlemen, when you have an amazing team like Twisted Minds here with Sir Majid and the other members, things do really happen with Twisted Minds. فوجيه, things are gonna get even more heated right here. Well, what do you think?
صراحة إذا هذه البداية كيف بتكون معنا في الأيام الجاية؟ لكن قبل أن نودعه ودنا نسأله عن تجهيزاتهم للأبر فاينل، فهذه المباراة الصراحة بتكون حاسمة، كيف بتكون؟
صراحة ما راح نقصر في أي تيم يلعب ضدنا، كلهم فيهم الخير وبركة، بس أنا أتوقع إن بنلعب ضد جي كي.
أعطانا توقع مين بيلعب ضده ولسه المباراة ما بدت.
So, as Twisted Minds right here, if you want to predict what's gonna happen later on, they feel confident and they might actually face GK Esports. Let's see what's gonna happen with that.
بنشوف ايش اللي بيصير. فشيء كويس صراحه انه عطى توقعاته قبل لا تبدا المباراه اللي هي بتكون المباراه الجايه. فنتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. الف مبروك لفريق تويستد مايند. فالى هنا اعزائي المشاهدين انتهت معنا المباراه الاولى. لازم نرجع للاستديو عشان نجهز فيها المباراه الجايه.
You got that right, Wedgie. Ladies and gentlemen, done with the first match, and now we're gonna head for more excitement taking place right here. And now back to the studios. Take it away.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, brought to you by STC Play. And well, Chris, I don't think there was a single person in the entire kingdom who didn't see that one coming.
At least our Preds were right. At least we can take that one. But yeah, I think it was as expected. I think comp sweep as we expected, result as we expected. Twisted Minds, yep, a very scary team.
If we roll our minds back to the first map, which was probably at least 40 seconds ago by now, we were on Samoa. And to their credit, this was actually one of the better looks. Volcano was pretty one-sided, a pretty bad start for Rock. But once we got over to Beach, we saw quite a few nice TP plays coming out from Psycho on Rock Esports.
Yeah, I felt like that was maybe where we saw some weaknesses. I think Quartz, maybe especially in maps 1 and 2, got picked a lot, especially by these TP players, or just maybe playing slightly overconfident because maybe he internally knew what the result was going to be. But I've always felt this in Overwatch, where if you play like one team that's clearly above the other team, the lower team has to scrap, has to make some sort of play, has to do something crazy to get a win, and then the better team just rolls on and just takes a normal neutral and then just wins, flips the point back over, whatever it is. And I think that was very consistent across this series. Rock had to earn every single fight, and then they almost could never turn it into a string of fights.
Exactly. On this Beach one particularly, there was a few fights where we maybe saw, especially the big ult fights, it felt like Rock were really holding their own. But as soon as it came back to a situation where the ults have sort of gone toe for toe, and then it's just a neutral again, Twisted Minds always found their way back on top.
Absolutely. I think we spoke a lot about this idea of if you can get value from the main, then I think this comp starts to look pretty good. I think you 100% got value from the main. I think all of these walls we used should be solid. I don't think we had a single bad fail. I can remember. And I think overall that was That's so key, and I really think if you can play this mate at the highest level in this singular mirror, I think it's
Definitely. We did see a little bit of May swap coming out at times from Rock Esports, a little bit on the end of Blizzard World, a little bit on Samoa, but it never really changed the flow of the game at all enough for Rock.
No, I think this is again something that we mentioned before, but in the World Cup, Saudi played against Symmetra Sojourn, Symmetra May, Bastion May, Bastion Sim, and all of these variations. It seems that you're kind of allowed to play 4 DPS heroes, you can kind of mix them out. But Twisted Minds have seen them all, know how to adapt to them all, and it doesn't really feel like any of those picks have the potential to show them off.
When we got to Blizzard World, it was a lot more of the same. There was glimpses of hope, I think, still when we saw some interesting TT plays, but then a few mistakes started to creep in, especially on Blizzard World first point. We saw Asuna die off the map twice. We saw him die on the decking a third time. I don't think we've ever seen a player have so many deaths on the decking area of Blizzard World first. It's not normally the problem part of the map for teams.
No, you certainly don't associate Blizzard World with all of these boops, like maybe with a Lijiang Tower. Certainly found a way to make that the case.
So after he took a few quick ice baths, we then go on to New Junk City, and this is something that happens in a lot of trio type series, where the longer the series goes on, the bigger the gap gets, and all of a sudden more and more mistakes creep into Rock's play, and Twisted Minds just seems to be an easy streak.
Yeah, I think all of a sudden maybe the map of the thing get C value, maybe Force just kind of packed itself up and wasn't getting picked by it, and then you sort of leave neutral into a massive stagger, into a neutral for a massive stagger, and then before we know it, you're sat listening to us again.
Exactly, and when you play any team, you can't afford for some of those horrible stagger situations to happen to you. But especially when you're playing the best team in the tournament, it's just over if you let these things happen. It really got away from them. Maybe the only question left for Rock Esports is, should we have seen Madara? Should they have brought their hit scan in at any point to try and turn this series?
I'm really not sure. I don't know. I was thinking, maybe you shouldn't play the mirror, but I don't know. I'm really not sure what they can do to win that series, to be honest. As much as I'd like to be able to flame some decisions, it seems a very difficult one.
We'll move on now to our MVP for that series by Gidia. If I had to put money on it, I would have to say probably UB.
Yeah, I was thinking UB too. Yeah, so yeah, I think very, very solid series. I think his May is growing and growing every time we see it. And I think that, yeah, I mean, look at these stats. Average deaths 2 to 28 elims.
Not too bad.
Incredibly strong. Yeah.
The big mail on Blizzard World first to help him complete that full hold when he just comes flying in, splits Asuna for another decking-related problem. Helped them really on the way to the full hold. Also, his Symmetra was impeccable really as well. It gives them a lot of good options here. Interesting maybe for Twisted Minds now. On Blizzard World, we maybe expected to see double flex, but they actually just stuck to the BAP Lucio. No changes, playing the straight mirror. Do you think that's specifically for this team because they were just winning the mirror, or do you think maybe we've actually shifted their lineup for that map?
It's possible. It wouldn't surprise me if we start to operate into a plan A, plan B situation. So as long as the mirror's going well for us, we will continue to take the mirror. Maybe like we saw against Finland, all of a sudden the mirror feels a little bit difficult. Okay, let's try and get some double flex support stuff in. But certainly I think there was no reason to go away from plan A today. And I think that the rest of the alphabet was entirely useless.
Exactly. Everything went in their favor as we expected. And we talked a little bit yesterday about maybe they could look a little bit shaky in some of these maps and we could see a few chinks in the armor, but there was not a single flaw really in a lot of their gameplay. I think if I'm one of the other teams still in the bracket, that doesn't fill me with overwhelming confidence.
No, I think to be honest, expecting Twisted Minds to choke this event is actually just 99.999% cope. It's the most experienced roster. It's just come up playing on stage in grand finals, winning on map 5. I don't think this team is gonna choke. And unfortunately, I don't know how this team loses then from here.
I think it's set up almost as a David and Goliath situation where Twisted Minds are obviously the Goliath and David is everybody else. But the problem with the David and Goliath story is David is the guy who eventually won. But the Goliath was winning for ages first. There's loads of less famous stories about people losing to the Goliath that they didn't write as many and print as many copies of. But there was a lot of people before David.
Yeah, it does feel very difficult to see one of these teams being able to pull off this underdog story. But I guess we got to hope that the next series gives us some hope.
For Rock Esports, this was their first loss in the playoff side of things, so they still have one more life, and they will find themselves in the lower bracket in tomorrow's game against FOG Esports. So, was there anything from this series that gives you hope that can they pull it back tomorrow, get themselves into one of those top 4 spots?
I think they'll go in tomorrow as favourites for that series. Really, I think that I don't think it was necessarily like a terrible performance where you would expect any of those other teams, especially those teams in the lower brackets, to do any differently. So I would be surprised. I think let's not try and change anything. Let's kind of stick to what we're doing. I think that something we've spoke about is maybe every team is not expecting to win this event, and we really talk about like how important it is to get top 4, which means you have to win tomorrow for both teams. I think it looks really possible that that Rock Esports base comp will be enough to take out FOG tomorrow.
If we're being honest as well, when we looked at all the rosters coming into this tournament, I really don't think we looked at Rock Esports as a potential slayer of Twisted Minds. We really looked at them as one of the better teams, but maybe not competing for first place. But what they would be hoping for is to get in that top 4 spot, secure a prize money berth, and get some reward for their efforts.
Absolutely. I think that they'll probably look at the bracket and they'll say, yeah, we probably got a good chance in the next round. And then even the match after that, whoever comes through, the other loser bracket game probably can come into it pretty confident. It's only once we really start to get towards like the loser bracket finals that maybe we are going to play against one of the really good teams again. But I think top 4, top 3 would be an excellent performance and an excellent result for this team. So I don't think there's any reason to fully panic yet.
If I was to challenge you, Chris, you're quite an established coach. Was there any way that composition could have worked for Rock Esports against Twisted Minds?
I don't know. I think what I feel is if this was a loser bracket game, I think I would be more critical about like just playing the mirror on map 3 and kind of going down with the ship. Because I think everybody knew once map 1 and 2 go the way they go that there was no way to win. But obviously we probably haven't prepped a plan B. We probably don't need a plan B for the next few games, so we still have another life. So I think it's okay. I don't think I'm going to be too critical on them just keeping the mirror yet. I think if we start to see teams in the loser bracket go 0-2 down in the mirror and then they keep their comp, then maybe that's when I'll start to aggressively flame all the other coaches in the event. But for now, I'm being a nice guy.
A few more days of nice guy Chris. I'm sure no one will complain. Maybe one of the few highlights as well is, and a unique selling point or a unique feature Rock have is they do a lot more of the sim, and we did see some of those sim plays even cause Twisted Mind problems. And if it can cause Twisted Mind some issues, if you can catch Quartz on the flank, you can probably catch most other teams' hit scans on the flank as well and give a lot of advantage in maybe some of the more difficult chokes and points to take in these maps.
Yeah, I think so. I think that the sim, I think when we watched their series yesterday, I think also we saw good value out of the sim. My feeling is that, especially because Asuna isn't necessarily a hit scan player, I really wonder if we could start to lean into the sim mate, because I think that comp is really optimal in a lot of situations. And I think the Bastion shots look quite difficult in some of these situations. So I don't know if there's a way for us to lean more towards the May for the rest of the tournament. Especially maybe we start to do like if it's going to be a map like Samoa where there's some just unbelievably good chokes for a May wall, maybe we can start to play that comp because we can still keep our like Symmetra and we can still keep some of our win conditions in terms of what we're going up, down, left, right, turning all around, you know. And I think that it's really possible that the May would be slightly better. But obviously, I haven't been in their scrims. I don't really know how it's gone. I'm sure the reason they're playing the comp has some sort of logic to it.
I think especially, even though Mei Sojin has been a lot of the dominant comp in this tournament so far, I think there's a real argument that Sim Mei is just the optimal version. It gives you so much frontline pressure. You have the TPs to catch the flanks like we saw Rock do today. And the Sim Wall is probably one of the most powerful ults in the game in almost any matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I love him. And to be honest, I think my feeling with the May is that if this is like, let's say this is a Ram May mirror or a Ryan May mirror, one wall doesn't result in a kill. But I think a lot of the times when we have the Sigma, this amp speed into May wall into Rock combo is just a guaranteed way to win fights. And it feels if you're not playing the May, maybe we really we lose those opportunities.
Exactly, 100% agree. We're going to go to a break now, and when we're back, we'll be here with F16 Esports versus GK. Stay tuned for that one, because that one is a big one.
على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احميها مع كسبيرسكي الجديد.
الله وبياكم جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الأولى لهذا اليوم اللي كانت لصالح فريق تويستد مايند بنتيجة 3-0. واما الان تويستد مايند توجهوا للابر فاينل، متواجدين في النهائي في دوري الفايزين. اما روك اي سبورت نزلوا لللور براكت متواجدين في الربع النهائي. اما الان بتكون معنا المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم، الا وهو النصف النهائي الثاني لهذا اليوم، وكلنا متحمسين وكلنا متشوقين ان نبدا في هذه المباراة.
Let's go, Wedgie. So now, ladies and gentlemen, as we've seen what's happening here at the Overwatch 2 tournament with the Saudi eLeague happening right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh. We witnessed the last match. Twisted Minds took the win with 3-0 against Rock Esports. And now we are ready here as Twisted Minds just got elevated to the upper bracket. And we'll see who's gonna actually right now match them in that match. So ladies and gentlemen, right now it is time to call in the first team on this match for the semifinals. Jahaz Waji.
دائما جاهزين.
Then
نبدأ.
let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, for this match, calling in the first team, getting on stage right now with all the hype. Let's hear it for GK Esports!
ساتر يا الحماس، الأسطورة براء رحب بالأساطير فريق جي كي اي سبورت، ولكن ترى إلى الآن ما تعرفنا على فريق خصمه. أعزائنا الحضور، سمعونا أقوى تحية لفريق F16 اي سبورت.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, F16 going against GK Esports in the second match right here for the semifinals. Whoever wins will be going against Twisted Minds in the upper bracket. What's gonna happen? We'll see about that with this hype match. الموضوع عندك يا وجيه.
نفس ما سمعنا، مباراة حماسية تجمع فريق جي كي ضد F16، والفايز مثل ما ذكر اخوي براء بيروح يقابل فريق تويستد مايند في الفاينل ابر براكت، والخسران بينزل للور براكت، فكلهم نتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. اما الان اعزائي المشاهدين لازم ندخل على الحماس ونروح للاستديو تجهيزا للمباراة الجاية.
And now to hype it up, we're gonna pass it on to our talents. Fire it up!
Thank you, Ajia. Thank you, Bara, sorry. We're back on the SCC Play Analyst desk, and this is a big one. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your sister, tell your brother-in-law you don't even like. Even tell your weird uncle, because you're not going to want to miss this one. This is the biggest match we've had in the tournament so far.
I'm 100% sure my family and all of my extended family will be watching this game. Yes, I think of all the games that we've seen so far, on paper, obviously we've had a lot of Frios so far. I think this one seems to be the best. I think this is the most likely to go to a map 5. I think we have two very good teams. I think, yeah, this one has potential to be very, very exciting.
We saw a lot of GK earlier in the group stage, and they looked pretty dominant. They lost one map overall, but they beat pretty much everyone. They finished top in the open qualifier as well. And I think the word on the street, the rumours coming out from scrims is they're beating pretty much everyone but Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, but I think when this event was put together and we looked at the rosters, at least me, I didn't necessarily see GK as being the team to take it to Twisted Minds, but I think they are the team internally in scrims and obviously in tournament games too that has the best chance on paper of putting a fight up against Twisted Minds. I think if we look at their imports, obviously we have Checkmate, who will be playing from the Florida Mayhem. As we'll see here, we have Landon, from a good friend of mine from the London Spitfire. But I think the guy that everybody is really interested and really wants to talk about is Rojo. He has put up some unbelievable performances, some genuinely Overwatch League level performances, both in scrims and in the official so far. And I think the reason that GK is competing at the level they are is because he is a far, far, far better player than maybe a lot of us assumed going into this tournament.
We've talked about the import rule quite a lot, about how everyone has pretty good import players, but the reason Twisted Minds are so good is because of their local talent. They just have so many of the best players. So all of a sudden on this GK roster, we see someone like Teenage or Rojo, where he can actually go head to head. I've heard, unironically, people say he's better than Quartz, he's better than Merit on hit scan, and he's been doing so well. He really is potentially the big talent coming out of this event.
I don't know what it is about Saudi hit scans, but they do just all seem to be genuinely world class. And I feel like Quartz would play at such an incredible level, but it does seem like Rojo, or as he plays in game under Teenage sometimes, it does seem like he is at this moment in time manager for that best hit scan in Saudi.
Exactly, and as we move on to F16, we got to see them yesterday, and some real names you'll recognise immediately, and someone a Merit, the Florida Mayhem players, and of course Haku, World Cup champion. They've had a bit of a rockier road. They've brought in Chaos, who was a tank player for them originally, coming to play flex support, and potentially Goku's played a lot, but QLM also has come in more recently on the hit scan and has really helped them stabilise and find a bit more form.
Yeah, I'm shocked. If this is the actual lineup that we're starting with, I'm actually shocked because I thought QLM was brilliant yesterday, like a very, very, very important part of this. Obviously, everyone's going to talk about Merit and someone, but QLM's ults were brilliant. Just the general overall, again, these Saudi hit scans are so good. And I'm actually surprised that they decide to sub them out. Maybe this is a sign that actually F16 don't want to take the Merit against GK and instead want to try and play some sort of other comp, maybe like a Farah comp, a Echo comp, something a little bit weird and wacky to be able to throw GK off.
If we go back in time, there was, of course, a meeting between these two teams in the Open qualifier. GK were able to win that 3-2, but hell of a series. I believe when it was a Sojourn mirror, it was GK coming on top, swapped over to the May Symmetra, and all of a sudden F16 took a couple more maps back, and then it went back to a Sojourn mirror on Route 66, and GK were eventually able to take that series. So big rematch on the cards. F16, a very different look, much improved since that earlier game.
I think so. I think that they will have extreme confidence in the fact that they lost 2-3 last time, but they've made clear improvements. They looked very, very good yesterday. So I think both teams are going to be on a real high streak here. I think both teams are going to come in with a lot of confidence. And then I'm torn. I don't know. What do you want? Would you rather we get a 5-map banger, or would you rather one team just look so dominant that we get to really look forward to the conclusion of this tournament?
I want a 5-map banger. We've had a lot of very dominant games come out so far in this playoff run. I really want to just see both teams go head to head. We've even got the option for F16 to mix it up, go onto the dive composition. We saw someone go off yesterday on Doomfist and Winston, and he can do the same thing here to GK potentially.
Yeah, I just think the only thing that concerns me is if neither team really stands out, if this does go to a real dogfight like a 3-2, it's really hard for me to see them being able to take down Twisted when they play them next week. Whereas if one team just really shows at another level, if F16 dominate this or if GK dominate this, then I think it could really set for an exciting finals. What's your prediction? Who do you think is going to win this one, and what score?
I'm GK pilled, have to back my boy Landon. F16 might bring out the dive, but if there's one guy who has experience getting dove by Overwatch League players, it is Landon on Baptiste. So he's been through the ringer a fair amount. I've got faith in GK. If I have to put a number on it, honestly, 3-1. I hope it's a 3-2, a 5-mapper, but I think 3-1 GK.
Yeah, I think there's so much logic for me to pick F16, but I think I want to manifest it. I want a 3-0 domination performance from GK and really make sure that not just my family and my extended family, but the whole neighborhood watches next week when we get to see Twisted Mimes versus the winner of this series.
It's possible. One thing we're going to encounter in this series as well, that probably no one expected coming into it, is we're going to see Checkmate play May versus Merit May, a Florida Mayhem May battle. Easy to say.
So we have what 60% of the Florida Mayhem in the server right now. So certainly most teams seem to be picking from one specific team. No real surprises there. Yes, I do think that I think Checkmate's mate is very, 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 very good. And like I spoke about in the previous game, I think May is very important to this. In my opinion, Landon, I think he is the best Baptiste on planet Earth. I really think he is that guy. So I think in terms of the imports GK have picked, I don't think we could have picked maybe 2 more impactful roles, and I'm not sure we could have got 2 better players.
I think especially when you bear in mind, we talk about some of the problems F16 have had getting their imports on the best roles and Merit having to flex around. GK have had none of those issues. Checkmate is on his best hero. Landon is on his best hero. It's lined up for them perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the same way maybe some would argue that this is an excellent meta for Twisted Minds, certainly an excellent meta for GK. I think that we probably don't expect too much variation from them in terms of comps. And yeah, I really think that this could be a really, really good game and a really good meta for GK.
Let's get this one underway then. Let's send it over to our casters. She's still Jenny from the block, and he is still Dustin from a cardigan shop near you.
Thanks, I hate it. We should have came up with a name for Commander because we were all giggling in the green room when production asked if that was a, I want to say not Custa, but the other guy, Chipsa's brother. There we go.
Oh yeah, Chips's brother. Yeah, classic.
Yeah, it's Chipsa's brother and the other guy. So, there, we got him back. But in all seriousness, this next semifinal I think is going to be a banger.
Oh yeah, no, this should be a super fun game. I mean, for the likes of F16, I'm surprised the desk really was all going in terms of GK. That definitely seems like there's a bit of a bias there, a bit of a bias towards Landon, huh? Maybe a little bit for the desk. But you know, F16 are also a really good roster. Made it out of Group A as that second seed. They're a really good team that is going into this prepared for whatever GK is willing to do, because I mean, obviously the desk was thinking that 3-0 for GK could come out on top. However, you know, the team of, you know, F16 is really good. They've done well in the past, especially versus a team like Twisted Minds with the original roster with both Goku, Chaos on it, and Target as well, who hasn't really gotten any playtime. But, you know, they have done well in the past versus the reigning champs. It's always these other teams that are kind of waiting in the wings like GK that has kind of taken them down a notch and really sent them home. So we'll have to see if F16s, with the recent pickups of Merit and someone like that's talked about, really pushes them over the top.
Well, our analysts seem to be, quote, GK pilled. Whatever that means. I didn't get to watch the group stage, unfortunately. I know they covered it a lot. They have a lot of hope, and I believe them. They're the professionals. Okay. But we casted F16 yesterday, and they looked good. Like, they were also very fun to watch because they had the dive, the Doomfist to Winston. I think if you go to Midtown, I am F16 pilled, if that makes sense.
I think I'm in your same boat. I'm also F16 pilled. They look like a really good team. I guess to talk about GK a bit more, I mean, they did make it out of Group B undefeated. So that's a huge deal, right? I mean, it's kind of like going back and forth and deciding which group, I guess, had a stronger, you know, overall group and which one was more difficult to get out of. And it does seem like Group A was hard to get out of. I mean, a really solid team in Castle Black got eliminated in those group stages we were talking about. So it's a little bit worrisome when you're talking about GK to see if maybe Group B wasn't as strong as Group A because of the likes of F16, Rock Esports, who was a solid team as well as we just watched, and then Twisted Minds. So really see if GK can kind of bring this group together and show that they have a lot of potential, because like the Desk talked about, they also have a lot of talent. You know, they've got the likes of Landon, and then they've also got Teenage as well in the game. So this team is really good and has a lot of fantastic Saudi Arabian talent that is going to be scary for F16 to deal with.
And speaking of bringing the group together, the gang together, the analysts brought up the mayhem battle between the two teams, Checkmate versus Merit and someone, unless I'm missing a name here, but yeah, that's cool to see former teammates, I don't know, teammates against each other. At least you'll know each other, and maybe you can even talk a bit of trash in the chat. I don't think
I
we'll
would
get
like
to
it. Yeah. Maybe Merritt was shooting bodies yesterday. I mean, he was going a little bit hard.
Yeah. And Rojo is teenage, by the way. You know, players like to play under different names for some reason.
I freaking hate it.
I know.
It's so annoying. What the heck? Teenage, change your dang in-game name to Rojo, you jerk. We have to cast you like you're a different guy. Like you're a Smurf out here, dude. It's crazy.
When I casted like Contenders China, that was like a daily
Oh,
thing.
God.
You remember?
I'd have a panic attack if that happened. That's awful.
Well, we roll out on downtown Samoa, our neutral map, not picked by anyone. We got the May Sojourn versus the May Bastion. Feels like a disservice to not see Merit on Sojourn, one of his best heroes, but nonetheless, he's going to put out a lot of DPS, and you got to be worried about him. First ice block there from Checkmate. He's on the other side. Look, TVNT poking around. What is Haku doing? He's skating around trying to get the finishing blow, and he gets punished. Now there's no supports for F16, so that first fight goes to GK.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I don't mean to single a player out for feeding, but, you know, Haku was a bit of a feeder there. You know, I mean, it's like a little bit, you know, honestly. Maybe you should stick to a bit more mercy. But no, I mean, honestly, just, you know, the movement of Haku definitely can be solid at points, and he showed yesterday as a good Lucio, so maybe that was a bit of a fluke.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just be skating away. He was a skater boy, and then we said, see you later, boy. It's all good. Next fight. F16. Hey, they're close to an Ant Matrix, though, but Landon has his first. So, are they... Looks like GK are giving up a lot of space so that they can use it, and Merritt stepped up as the Ant Matrix of Landon went down. What timing! And Landon has such good understanding of that hero. I mean, the analysts talked about Landon being on his best hero, and you see exactly why. And even a late Blizzard call from Checkmate just to, I guess, guarantee the fight. Not sure if necessary, but hey, GK, you're looking solid.
Well, I think this is why yesterday they had Merit on the May instead. And Merit swapping to Sojourn, by the way, giving him a ton of ult charge. But because, I don't know, maybe Merit was expecting a May wall where that Ant Matrix was, or a little bit of support on the left side, but his team just kind of left him out to dry, resulting in now 60% of the board for GK as they close out with some ultimates.
Yeah, 61% plus, GK. They're not afraid to give up space, too. It's like they're luring F16 into a trap, and TVNT with the flux right on top of them. Like, he has no fear. F16 with the barrier, they managed to live, of course. But what's the game plan here for F16? If they don't think of something fast, they're just going to get 100%ed on. And man, Merit is just getting tossed. At least we got to see a bit of Merit Sojourn, not really for long and not doing much. But hey, round 2 could be a whole different story for F16. And now I understand why our analysts are a little, they were GK pilled, I guess, because this is about to be 100-0.
No, yeah, but they look super good at the moment. 95% of the board. 100-0 coming up, forcing someone to swap over to the Doomfist. I mean, he gets the touch at the very least, but immediately got melted.
Yeah, that's gonna be all she wrote. But hey, good play calls from GK, or at least this is my first glimpse at the team, so great space manipulation off of the Ant Matrix from Landon. Of course, a fantastic flux from GK2, despite, you know, just being on top of the other team is a little scary for TVNT, but hey, he's a confident guy. I like to see that. The Checkmate Blizzard, because why not? And we'll get to see if the Merit versus Rojo matchup will be a bit closer. Because obviously the Bastion didn't work out for Merit. He got caught out, swapped, and maybe this will be the solution for F16.
Yeah, it could be the solution. And speaking of which, I mean, you talked about the Sigma play from GK. TVNT is definitely a really good player and has been playing for a long time, but he's also only 18, so he's a super young guy for this team. I mean, it is surprising to see somebody so young do as well as he has been. I mean, he's definitely one of the top Sigma players. What, Lemon, is this comp real? Are we going to see TVNT play the Rhine alongside this? Looks like.
Yeah, this is probably the only round I would say this could work, and hey, this guy's name's not Hottie. It's so close range that Ryan can do well in the Sigma matchup if he doesn't need to take a lot of poke, and with how aggressive TVNT has been playing and continues to do so, this is gonna work out perfectly. They're just steamrolling F16, despite not really getting kills though, and that's gonna be an issue, because now TVNT has to hold his shield up and manages to sustain his life well. Can't say the same for the rest of the team. TVNT kind of put himself in a corner. And despite GK feeling like they initiated so well, that went so badly for them.
Yeah, I mean, we TVT swaps over back to the Sigma, by the way, but the desk definitely pointed it out how like the Reinhardt could be good, but a lot of teams have really not been willing to play it. They really just want to take the mirrors right now. You know, it could work out definitely, but in this situation, it's just going to result in lost ultimate charge against F16.
All right, F16 with the first pick from Goku. Okay, see you later, Rojo. And that's the issue with Symmetria. You're probably focused on talking to your team, trying to put a teleport down, and hey, at least GK disengage, and they're not going to give F16 too much.
No, yeah, F16 don't have a lot of ult charge compared to where GK's building up here on the re-engage. I mean, they are at 70%, 80% nearly, so they do got some for this fight. Also, Landon popped a really early Ant Matrix, but they're all caught by the Flux.
Ooh, it's a big Flux. Immortality in time there from Landon, and GK are trying to escape, but their Lucio little speed demon is gone, so this is a slow track back to Heck, and Mare with the overclock, make sure they know dead. And F16 haven't lost a fight yet. This is going to be a quick match, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, might be 100 O's for both sides. Goku sitting around the corner, has that Blizzard, and he pops it early.
Okay, and oh, wait, did Rojo manages to teleport out of the Blizzard? And now no one's frozen, but Checkmate throws his Blizzard this time, and this gets F16 in a dire situation. The sound barrier from Haku, along with the speed, guides F16 back to the objective. I don't know about defending it, though. GK were on their tail the whole time, so hey, the first fight win for GK.
And they've got ultimates to work with, too. I mean, only the Blizzard in the previous fight, which, by the way, Checkmate's already at 50% on this Blizzard, so he's doing a ton on the Mei so far. This Mei gameplay from him has been huge, and he also gets an early wall, forcing F16 back.
There's so much ult charge with the primary fire. That's a huge Flux. Teleporter ready if F16 want to take multiple sides to this, but Merrick gets read like a book, and TVNT gives him the backhand. And I like this confidence, and I like that they're being proactive in these fights.
And they did use 2 ultimates in the previous fight at the very least, so F16 can, you know, cope with that at the very least. However, in this one, they're still going to be down in terms of actual ultimates built. They need a little bit of poke before they can really do something with maybe a Gravitic Flux or Amplification Matrix.
All right, GK slowly catching up in the score. So you'll have the barrier against the Flux, and now is Chaos dead to a rock of all things, and look how fast GK are to pounce on this fight as soon as they get a single pick. It's now that GK just have an inch, they're taking a lot.
Yeah, 60% on the board already. GK building up those ultimates. We already have TVNT nearly 70%. I mean, that was a free fight win in the previous one. Fantastic work from GK, and Lemon, we're entering last fight territory, but Merritt found the opening pick.
Oh, that could be big for F16's comeback to the point, despite them kind of ruling this map once so far. But GK are using all the ults, the barrier, the sound barrier, photon barrier, and the Blizzard, and F16 are just falling like flies. So GK salvaged this fight by just pulling the trigger earlier. 2-man sound barrier from Haku. They know they're desperate to come back to this point to make this fight doable, but there's not really a fight. There's maybe a couple of stragglers, and there's no one touching the point for F16, so I guess we're going to round 3.
Yeah, I mean, GK obviously got that win there on the, well, it looks like the time. Yeah, they won round 1, so then in the map 2, they closed out. I mean, they tried to touch the point, obviously, with the Lucio of F16. Unfortunately, you know, we got caught by those Symmetra beams on the way in. So, fantastic work from GK Lemon. I think that they look really good on Samoa.
Yeah, that was great. It was cool to see some Reinhardt play too.
Oh.
I'll be quiet. I'll let you do all the talking. Okay.
A little bit of spice.
A little bit of spice, yeah. I think it was, yeah, cool to see GK come in and get the 100-0. Yeah, I'm fully awake now, guys. I thought F16. I had thought F16 won in the end, but yeah. All right, round 2 anyway. But hey, Merritt at least was able to contest a bit better in terms of DPS. He was kind of getting run over on the Bastion round 1, and F16 started to find their groove and even had a lead at some point, but GK were so fast. It's hard to keep up with them when they fight.
Yeah, and I mean, they were consistently making sure that F16 was not feeling comfortable. I mean, just always using ultimates proactively, even if it was, you know, by some coaches' standards, overusing their ultimates, it still resulted in the win. So at the end of the day, when you get towards 80% on the objective and you get that flip, I mean, it's so hard for the other team, especially if they just got wiped, to actually come back and gain that point. You know, that's like, in my opinion, the margin that's like not really possible to come back and get that point, is about that 80% area. So for F16, it was really just trying to deal with GK. Maybe on this upcoming hybrid map, they could find some sort of, you know, slower gameplay style that results in their, you know, actual win. Because for GK, maybe because of the map size, maybe because of its Samoa or control, realistically, F16 just couldn't get anything going besides on Volcano.
But you know what they do have going is a really good Midtown. Does F16 opt to go to Midtown, have someone come in, play the Winston, the Doomfist on defense? I think Winston on offense is what we saw yesterday, which worked out pretty well. It wasn't a full cap. I think it was around point B, but hey, they're just getting started. But GK, I think, just have really good play calling. They have Rojo, aka Teenage, who had some good moments, but mainly Checkmate too, who got a lot of first picks, the Blizzards that were proactive, that caught F16 before they really knew what was going on, and TVNT was not afraid to try a different hero, to really play aggressive. Like, GK are just the whole package.
They really are. I mean, we could talk about him a bit more too. TVNT, I mean, had some really good Sigma play, and we'll talk about these other guys. We talk about someone who was in the lobby. You know, we talk about the likes of KSA and some of these other top tier Sigma players, but we really haven't mentioned TVNT as much. You know, he's kind of exploding onto the scene now. So if they could get a convincing win here today, like the desk predicted, I mean, that would be huge for the likes of TVNT and this team, especially their stock. I mean, a lot of these guys want to keep playing together probably with this team, build that synergy, you know, potentially win the Saudi eLeagues, because at the end of the day, everybody's talking about how, you know, you want to consistently get that top 4. That's what the desk talked about. It's like Twisted Minds are kind of that team to beat, but are really hard to do so. So as long as these teams can make it towards that upper bracket finals and try to secure that top 4 positioning, I mean, that's huge for them, considering that puts you in the prize pool.
Well, it's a good first win for GK on Samoa, but we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to give some time for Welcome back, everyone, to the Saudi eLeague second semifinal where GK is up. And I know it this time. And F16 down tremendous, but hey, I think they're starting to pick things up, especially after that round 2.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're looking to pick things up. I mean, it's okay. We all get lost a few times. If just look at the last game with Twisted Minds dominating Rock, they look lost out there, too. So, you know, kind of happens these days, I think, Lemon. It's just is a normalcy over here in the Saudi eLeague, you know?
Yeah, what is lost shall eventually be found, but you must go looking. There's like some crazy deep metaphor there somewhere. But hey, F16 can also look at what their map choice is, because they had a whole break to think about this. Is it Midtown? It is. Oh boy, I can't wait to watch someone.
Oh yeah, back on the Midtown, of course. You know, this team of F16 has been super strong on Midtown. Why they pick it, you know, or that is why they pick it, I should say. And you know, we've seen Blizzard World already once, but this has been the map, like you talked about earlier, that has been the mainstay for pretty much every other team. Seems like everybody's comfortable on it. And speaking about comfortable on this map, it looks like there's going to be a substitution for GK Esports, subbing in Speedy for AOY out for GK. Interesting decision there as well, because they're swapping out some supports, so you know they might potentially be going for a bit of double flex support in this upcoming map. Lemon.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up Speedy's page, and it says Lucio Brig, but you know, supports play it all these days. I don't know. I'm excited to find out, and they're gonna need all the help they can get, because the dive's gonna be pretty strong from the side of F16, but as our analyst pointed out, it's not something that Landon is a stranger to. He's been dove on a lot by Overwatch League talent, so we'll see how Midtown goes.
Oh yeah, I mean, so you know, overall for this team, I mean, Speedy is still known for his Lucio. I should have thought about that. It's like this guy, his name is Speedy, and he, what does he play? Brig?
It's connecting the dots.
Yeah,
They're connecting.
We're all lost today for sure. I mean, Speedy is a Lucio player. Like, what the heck? There's a guy named. There's everybody named Speed. They always play a fast hero. You know, you got Speedily, who's good at the Doomfist. You know, you got all these Lucio players that just like to resemble their characters. So I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's interesting that they have two kind of Lucio players on their roster. You know, especially since that last round or last map did go well for them, right? I mean, that was not bad by any means from this team. They did really good with their synergy and stuff. So maybe they're still figuring their roster out, still understanding what they could do on certain maps, or they have roster delegated maps. I mean, that is a thing too. Like, a lot of these teams decide who plays what map before the maps even start. I know back in season 2 Overwatch League, when I played with the Rain, we had specific maps where Kodak would play and specific maps that I would play. And this is all decided based on win rates. So even though we played the same characters, basically, the coaches probably just look at how the players are doing in practice, just off of a statistical standpoint, and saying, okay, we're just going to play this guy on this map because he seems better at it. Personally, I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's good to maintain having a solid 5-man roster and trying to do less substitutions. What's your take on it, Lemon? Do you think that substituting players is a good idea, or should you just stick with a solid 5 no matter what?
Like, maybe there's more to it. Like, maybe it's a hero pool thing too, because like Merritt played Echo yesterday, which required a Brig to pack him at long range. So maybe like Speedy would have a better Brig, and maybe that's like an important consideration if they wanted to try and mirror the Echo to go up against Merritt. But I guess Merritt's not gonna care right now about the Echo. They know that maybe they're expecting a Sigma mirror, so they'd rather just get ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I guess you're right, maybe a hero pool thing or something could change leading up to this. But you know what has been a consistent for GK is the likes of Rojo, a.k.a. Teenage, a.k.a. the jerk that decided to change his in-game name instead of go by Rojo again. But he's been really good. I mean, this has been a standout player for GK alongside Checkmate. And Checkmate always has played with top-end talent. You can see why he's been picked up for this team. And the rest of GK are playing very well around him.
And the gates are open. F16 attacking first, as this was their map choice. GK get to pick the side, and now it's a poke war. Merritt versus Rojo. who is going to get that opening pick, or really whose Sigma is going to dwindle? It's the tank war that can also establish the space, but there's a flank from F16 through the hallway, probably Haku and Goku up to their shenanigans, and this catches Checkmate and Rojo off guard. And F16 can step up to the point and probably get a tick or two for free.
Yeah, I mean, off the back of Merit getting that opening pick on the Sojourn. This is why, personally, I like this character. The desk talked about how the Symmetra Mei is very consistent and also just outputs a ton of damage. And that's definitely a valid reason to play that composition. But, you know, maybe it requires a bit more coordination for the team. And overall, if you just get a pick on the railgun shot from Merit, I mean, you should be happy with that.
Wow, these Lucios are now getting picks, and TVNT really pushed his luck trying to press forward, but it takes a lot to punish a Sigma. That Mei wall, did that close him out? I can't tell. I think he manages to climb up the stairs, and GK barely escaped to the bridge. Now F16 got to rely on that poke once again, but someone is just stepping up and removing them by force. Wins the tank battle against TVNT, and Checkmate just goes up there to place a blizzard. F16 had no idea, and Chaos is frozen. F16 are falling like flies off with just two ultimates, but mainly Checkmate.
Yeah, I mean, that was the imports for GK popping off. I mean, Checkmate popped that blizzard in the clutch, down one, then Landon committed that amplification matrix off the back of the bus to follow up on the kills. So those two ultimates utilized, leading to this one. F16 have a large time bank still to work with and some ultimates. They've got every ultimate in the bank.
Wow, GK got saved there. That was looking pretty dire. They're back on top of the bridge, and okay, the immortality is not a person. I freaked out for no reason. But hey, this overclock would give you a reason to freak out, and so is this Amp Matrix. Both teams respecting each other's mechanics, not trying to look these ultimates in the eye. Now F16 got a lot more options. They can just yeet this blizzard. You just gotta be careful of the grasp, of course, of the Sigma, but Merit's just trying to get above the shield, and TVNT is marking him well, but F16 now spawned another flank. Goku and Haku are just maniacs, trying to go for maybe a blizzard play, but they got punished this time. It won't work a second time like it did on the point. Now Merit has space and time to think through this overclock, and he hits two, going for the third. It's a fight for F16.
Yeah, I mean, they come out on top eventually, but GK still have a recontest here that they come back with some ultimates. I mean, F16 used the Overclock, Gravitic Flux, and Ant Matrix, and the beat as well. So if GK can get a touch here, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, F16 close to capping, but TVNT is who stands in their way, and there's a really good group. Oh, TVNT ate the blizzard! Oh, Goku went for a play. F16, they just can't get away with these shenanigans anymore. And Landon's also fragging his brains out even without the Amp Matrix. F16 just are caught out in the open, and they kind of hesitate on how to deal with all of that.
GK, super clean work from them. I mean, the Gravitic Flux there, as well as the Eat from TVNT, like you said. I mean, he's been popping off. What a way to make a name for yourself in the Saudi eLeagues, to come out as a very young person and just pop off like he has been. And now GK have a good ultimate advantage. Even though F16 have a solid time bank to work with, this is still looking good for GK as Checkmate spotted out.
Okay, Checkmate, I enjoyed the hidden play though, but Merit has the opening pick, and the Amp Matrix from Landon is trying to get that trade desperately for the defense, and F16 can just ignore this, go on the underside, and they're actually still getting some card push, or at least preventing it from going backwards. GK are going to make sure that stays in check. Great Maywall from Checkmate right behind someone who's all frozen up and dead, and that's another dead fight for F16.
Yeah, sadly, I mean, this is what the desk was talking about, inconsistencies of the Sojourn composition. Merit did find the opening pick, but they were still down in terms of ultimates, so it was them getting any more value besides those railgun shots, which are a bit inconsistent. However, into this fight, because of the good time bank that F16 had, they finally have built up some ultimates. Even though the last fight did not look good for them, they at least didn't waste anything. So into this one, they should have a solid stance.
F16 coming in really aggressive, but someone's already half HP. Where's the rest of the team? They're May-walled off from Checkmate, of course. F16 just tried to play the speedy, the a surprise route, and just they got split off, and that's just Checkmate making the hero plays again.
This has been the weak spot for F16 is, honestly at points the supports, no immortality there in time to save someone, even though, Chaos could have jumped over the wall. They could have broken the wall quickly. Maybe the DPS wasn't, enough towards the middle of the wall, but 50 seconds left now. F16 looking to avenge the previous fight.
48 seconds, coming down to one of their last chances to do so. F16 still trying to climb up these stairs, but someone's taking a different route, is going to the high ground, seeing if he can harass TVNT to take a step back, and so he does. Soundbear, though, from Speedy, gets TVNT involved again. The Flux right on top of Chaos, he just Goomba stomps him. And Merritt, there's nothing really much he can do. Someone has a response, though, but someone doesn't also have a lot of help to finish off these members that he got so low with the Flux. And then you got Rojo that manages to jump behind someone and kill everyone around him. That's probably why someone didn't get any help.
I mean, this is every ultimate they just used as well. Someone's staggered, 8 seconds left. I mean, there's no way they do this at this point. GK are doing fantastic on the second phase to stop F16 again. I mean, someone's looking a lot like Marvel did yesterday, where he's trying to do a lot on the Sigma, but just can't carry the team at the moment. Maybe as F16 moves over to defense, they'll look a little bit better.
Just really good bridge control from GK and good adaptations, the way that Haku and Goku were going on these flanks. It worked. It was a great play in the alleyway just to get to the point. That's what got the ball rolling, so to speak. And then they tried it on the sewers, or the underground part of point B a couple of times. Then the Blizzard, or no, I forgot. I think it was Goku's Blizzard that got eaten. Either way, F16 tried to get creative, and then it got shut down time and time again. So GK are learning, and they're getting better and better every day.
This is the big point too, is that Merritt obviously not going to be on the Echo again. I mean, they're just sticking towards this Sojourn May composition, so not really any Merritt flexing over to that other character, to the May as well, like he did yesterday. So F16, it's a little risky, right? I mean, they've decided to basically mix everything up one day later. So, I mean, that just kind of proves that these teams are still learning on the fly, still deciding what to do. And in this situation, hindsight 2020, things really aren't working very well for F16 with the changes they've made.
And the fact that Checkmate can prove that May can be a carry hero is awesome to see. It's not even the damage. It's like the May walls have just been perfect. And then, the fact that we're not saying that the Sojourns are the big highlights. It's been kind of the May plays and the Sigmas going toe-to-toe, but it's GK are just speeding their way through the main choke and surrounding someone. They got a chokehold on Merritt, and F16 didn't even really fight back. They took down Landon, but the damage was already done. GK, that's their point now.
Yeah, both teams just looking terrible on point A defense, I suppose. This does, I will say, bode well for GK. They're looking really good at the moment. If any team would beat the likes of Twisted Minds, if GK keeps playing this way, they could probably do it. I mean, their aggression has been next level. I'm not sure if it's from either their Saudi players or the imports bringing a lot of that communication and aggression, but in this situation, they've been consistently making sure F16 is uncomfortable and not ready to take a good fight.
But this is the part where GK held them for so long on top of this bridge. So do they have a better way of approaching this? They kind of take the high ground similar to how someone did, but it's about that pick potential and how you can advance and really pounce on that opportunity. But Sigmas alone can't do a ton of damage, at least to the point where you're getting executions. But man, they just smelled blood in the water, and GK just jumped in.
Yeah.
And F16 had the Maywall, and now GK took over the fight.
I mean, Landon is crazy for that one. He just jumped over the top.
Yeah, I saw that.
With TNT's engage. I mean, that's crazy. And now Lemon, they have a huge ultimate advantage before F16 can't build up anything. If GK can keep up the pressure, they could even stop the likes of F16 before they even built up their ultimates at 80%.
Oh, man. Oh, good dodge on the accretion. Oh, someone and friends are so low on the side of F16. Can they stabilize? They're just taking so much poke, and it's overwhelming. F16 just can't stand up, and GK are pushing the cart. There's like 4 minutes. I don't know if F16 can survive more of this. Checkmate just throws the blizzard, like, for a touchdown. Like, F16, like, are now getting their supports on the cart, and Merritt needs to go big here to save this defense. They desperately need him to, and someone's gonna help carry or do the heavy lifting. And F16 managed to salvage this.
Yeah, it cost them a ton though to do it. However, you know, I was gonna say if GK won that fight, I mean that was next level big brain ult tracking and reading to go for that engage before F16 built the ultimates. However, F16 stabilized. They didn't lose that many members of their team, so whether or not GK had the DPS there really might be on them. But F16 to come back with that beat drop, Merritt with the overclock was perfect for F16.
At least we're seeing signs of life out of Merritt and someone, and TVNT is in a bit of trouble. And he's getting chased. The immortality from Landon was perfect, and the sound barrier too. I can't believe TVNT actually survived that, and now F16 have put themselves in a bad situation trying to chase that kill. Now they're all types of split up, and at least you could still depend on someone to just lead that charge, tell someone who, or tell the team who to focus, and that's what rallies F16 together.
Yeah, bailed out by great support play. However, it didn't work out. You know, someone in the rest of F16 came back with that Ant Matrix of Chaos, who is now 50% towards another one, while Landon still has his for the next fight. However, F16, it looks like they're stabilizing here, Lemon. They've been doing good so far. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and F16 could stop GK here in the Streets phase.
You gotta do this all over again, but it was relatively easy for GK to do, and oh, that's a pretty big flux. That's almost the entire team. F16 are still going to hold on to the barrier, though, and someone's just getting tossed off the map. GK now have the high ground, and the Ant Matrix comes out, and F16 saw this coming, so they already cowered to the right side corner. And Haku thought, well, maybe not so sure, so he popped the sound barrier, which didn't really help too much, and this flux goes right to Landon with love, and he has the immortality, so he may live for a few more seconds. Checkmate throws the blizzard to help out, and F16 are dead in the water.
Yeah, but nobody was pushing the cart. I mean, they had nobody on the cart, so there's going to be a recontest here. F16 swap Goku over to the Genji, someone onto the Doomfist. I don't know if they need to do that. I mean, they had solid timing left with their team. I mean, a minute and 30 seconds left. Now GK look to stop F16 who come back with ultimate.
Alright, last push, or, well, last defense if F16 can hold on, and Merritt has to clutch up again, and his back hurts. And F16 are still down by 1, and someone needs to touch the card. Here comes Haku, and no, he's too late! GK are on match point.
Yeah, I mean, that was great for them.
My God.
He's going for the 3-0. He's talking wall up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And in the wise words of Luka Doncic, everybody talking tough while they're up. But, you know, we'll see. At the end of the day, I like it from TVNT. Good personality out of this team, Levin. I mean, they're looking good up, too.
He'd be looking like you out there with, well...
Oh, wait, he did. Everybody did. I never did it. Dude, he's... Oh, wiggling the eyebrows, too. Give us another one. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Okay.
I'm gonna be quiet. All the talking needs to be done in the game. But, hey... Some really good ideas on F16. Like I said, the Haku Goku flanks is a great way to open the fight, great way to open the point. But their approach to the bridge was painful. Like Merritt popped off more on the defense than the offense, and that might be just an issue getting through TVNT. You're kind of just all narrowed to one way. F16 didn't really try to go through the backside corridor. They were always just trying to front face the bridge, and I don't really know other approaches. F16 also tried to go under the bridge, and then they lost that fight too. So they did bring a 4-minute time bank down to like 1 minute, so it was a valiant effort from F16.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they look better than they did on Samoa, so that is something that they could take away leading into this next map, for sure. However, I think what we learned yesterday is a lot of these teams do struggle on the Streets phase of Midtown. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Maybe you're right with these rotations are super long, or something along those lines, because it just felt like F16 stalled out on that Streets phase. GK stalled for a second, but they just got it going again. They just shifted gears, you know, lost 2 team fights, then came back. I feel like that gravitic flux by TVNT towards the end was a bit too early. However, his team still had a good ultimate bank to work with. So realistically, even GK, who just won that map, still was a little shaky on the Streets phase compared to the likes of Twisted Minds. I need to see some of these teams do a bit better on that part of the map, I think. But overall, GK's looking strong up 2-0. Do you think F16 could make the reverse sweep at this point? You know, all the trash talk that GK's been doing outside with the shushes, with the eyebrow raises and stuff, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe they got some fire under them.
I definitely think, I don't know all the players on this team, but I know someone looks like a really mentally composed person. He's always calming. He's always communicating during the fights, which is what you need to do even when you're losing, is to stay focused, play the game, look at the series like it's 0-0, and have a leader like someone on the team that can rally everyone together in these dire situations, because it did look really dire at many moments. There was like 2-3 defenses in a row that F16 won because Merit and someone like put in the work. Yeah. So you wish you saw a little bit more work on the offense so they wouldn't be in that situation, but I think they're inching closer to being really neck and neck with GK. So I don't think this is going to be a free 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of turning into a Reddit neckbeard at this point, where it's like, you know, looking at yesterday, they were like, F16 was like running a different comp, Lemon. Like, now they're coming in today, they just completely mixed everything up. So now I'm like, okay, like, why are you guys doing this? Like, why are you guys mixing it up? So yeah, no, but why though? But like, I'm sure that, you know, they're looking at the likes of Twisted Minds, they're looking at the top teams right now, and they're probably like, okay, let's just mirror them, right? Let's just play that. And that's kind of the way it's always gone in Overwatch in the pro scene, where it's like you kind of just want to copy the best team, because it's way easier to kind of copy and get good at a certain composition than it is to be an innovator, because a lot of the time, you know, even outside of Overwatch and outside of esports, the innovators usually aren't the ones to actually be the most successful. It's always the team that just perfects it and kind of nails it, whether it be the composition or something else. That is the team that is successful. And that's what we're looking at, like Twisted Minds, because, you know, Twisted Minds didn't come up with the Sigma composition with Sojourn May. They just probably took it from a team that looked good with it and just perfected it, right?
Yeah, I know a lot of these teams stealing strats from the Overwatch League or whoever. Someone invented this. No one's going to take credit. But we are going to be taking a break. It's match point for GK, and after this, we'll find out where F16 want to go to next. Welcome back, everyone. It is match point for GK. Are we going to have another 6-0 day? Who's going to be meeting Twisted Minds in the upper final? We're going to be finding out shortly.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see. At the moment, GK looks really good. Desk was kind of on point with everything they mentioned about about this team. They've been consistent. Landon has been a really good backbone for this team. The rest of them, with Rojo and following, they've been super, super strong. TVNT has had a standout performance as well. The team is looking cohesive, and if they can keep up that aggression and consistency, they'll be in a great spot. However, on the other side, Lemon, if we're talking about F16 right now, I mean, they obviously can't see the other team right on the other side talking trash, doing the shush emoji. Maybe hopefully not, but maybe they look back at the VOD, because both these teams in the upper bracket, right? So they do have that cushion if they fall down below. And if even if the likes of GK get the match win today, I mean, I would not be surprised if this is bulletin board material for the likes of F16, coming into future matches, because we still have yet to see the conclusion of this series. So maybe F16 can look to mount the comeback on this next map. Just take it one map at a time.
Yeah, I have no doubt that F16 could come back through the lower bracket. I had them in my top 3 as because F16 have some seriously good talent, but this is a meta that is a lot around coordination. And of course, it depends what composition exactly you're running. There's some comps that are more independent than others, but in the styles that we're seeing around the Mei, it's reacting to that Mei wall, and I think Checkmate just kind of has Goku downloaded in that regard, and all of GK, I should say, have Goku downloaded, and he hasn't had the same impact that someone as Checkmate has had. And speaking of that, we have substitutions. So Speedy is out, another Lucio player is in, and from some insight we heard from our analysts, this may just be a playstyle thing. They're both Lucio players. Yeah,
AOI coming back in, and you're right, it probably is a playstyle thing. I think this probably harps back on the point I brought up earlier with just map win rates and stuff, maybe, or just decision making from the coaching staff. Because, yeah, like you said, they're both Lucio players. They both play the same thing. Maybe they just want to get even split time. Also, if we look at if we look at Flashpoint, it is very similar to Control. You have the point unlocks. You just move to the objective, just kind of wait at it to capture it out. So it's very similar to Control maps. And that was the map that AOI was playing. So it could be very similar to that, where he just kind of plays the Control Flashpoint games. And then Speedy's kind of like their everything else type of guy. Which I think is the case, because as far as I'm aware, Landon was kind of explaining to our analyst desk that, yeah, we just kind of sub in AOI on these Control maps, so maybe it's similar for Flashpoint.
Yeah, apparently playstyle makes a huge difference on who's the more aggressive player or not, and you're gonna need that, because I feel like it's just Flashpoint is such a non-stop game type. You're always running around, and you need a strong Lucio player. You need a strong leader, especially in that non-stop ring around the rosy that you have to play on that first point we saw in our last series. It's interesting that both these series have been New Junk City, which everyone has been favoring Surabasa. I'm not mad. I like to see some variety.
Yeah, maybe New Junk City is the new wave, so we have yet to see, I guess, but there's a lot of series happening behind the scenes, scrims as well, back in the group stages, kind of influencing things as well. So, I mean, you're right. With New Junk City, anything can kind of happen on that first point. That was a really unique situation that we did see last point, with just the ring around the rosy that happened. You're right. In this one, I'm curious to see if fighting towards the point is something that both teams will, rather do, or just kind of colliding into one engagement, because usually, you don't see teams just kind of rotate away from each other as often as they do there, unless they're on a defense hybrid map or something.
Yeah, because a lot of the points on New Junk City, you get as you're rotating towards the point. Sometimes the fight doesn't take place even near the point. You're stuck in these little rooms and hallways as you're trying to surprise the enemy team, or you try to cut off their rotations, and that's what's been painful, is to get through these tiny choke points, these tiny doorways, and that's where the back tees can have the biggest impact. You place the Ant Matrix there, and that's what really propels you and propels your DPS to, remove the bodyguards that are standing at the door. Yeah. And it was a swift win on New Junk City for Twisted Minds, and I'm wondering how GK are going to look on this, because it's Destiny is looking like GK and Twisted Minds are going to face off.
Yeah, it might just be, honestly, at the end of the day. We have yet to see, who wins this series, but they're looking strong at the moment. And, just to go back on the point with Flashpoint, like you said, with these teams kind of taking fights away from the point and also the checkpoint or the choke points for being very hard to get through. It's obviously not going to change. Whoever gets that point first really is going to have a massive advantage, especially for the first point, which is in the middle of the map, considering, that there's just obviously that big choke point or the doorways you have to get through, which can be always a pain, especially when you're dealing with good Sigma players and Sojourn players and whatnot, and good Bastion players whenever we see that character come through. So it's always very hard to come back in, and especially as well since, like we said yesterday, these teams do try to just go for the fight win, right? They're prioritizing the objective less and less and just prioritizing getting the fight win, because once you win that fight, you get that point first, and then you pretty much only have one more team fight to win. It doesn't really matter as much when you capture the point, because at most it feels like you get like 2 good fights, and that's about it.
Yeah, sometimes you may have at least for the first neutral point there, I've seen some Lucios just kind of roll around, go for the cap, because then they can kind of immediately get back into the fight, which I almost see never take place inside that dome arena looking thing, which is sad because it's a dome arena thing, and you would think that's where all the gladiators would fight and go throw it down, but it's all the way around. So maybe sometimes a Lucio may jump in there just to get the cap. So if the fight is just taking forever, then that's a free 10-20% that may just save you from having to fight that many times. If you're wondering why this is becoming overtalk, we are waiting for our players to just get set back up, and then we'll head into map 3 shortly. But I'm excited because I think F16 have put up a better and better fight as time goes on. So yeah. Our analysts thought it was going to be a 3-1. I still think they may be correct.
They might very well be. I mean, the F16, maybe this is their map to win. They obviously picked it for a reason. And, if they can even get this map win, that does give them some momentum. So it definitely doesn't, close out the fact that it would be a 3-1. But, maybe F16 could even start their comeback here, obviously. If they can get even the first objective, the first point, right, that would be huge for them moving forward, because they have no momentum at the moment. Really, it's all against them right now. GK is having a massive, massive advantage leading into this map. They do some interesting substitutions with AOI coming in instead of Speedy, so that could impact some things as well with their communication, or maybe F16 can gain some sort of advantage there. However, in this situation right now, GK is in a big advantage, and both teams are running the same thing too, Lemon. It's not like they're running different compositions. Both teams have been rocking that Sojourn. Obviously right now both teams have the Symmetra, but usually that's just the TP out of the spawns first.
We'll see if they swap. No, at least Merit is sticking to it. Yeah, at least Rojo goes back to the Sojourn. So F16 have a lot of utility thanks to these swaps.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like it for F16. We'll see if it pans out. Obviously, our desk really likes this composition, and it's been not played as much as maybe we would anticipate. But look at that TP, so aggressive.
Yeah, just right beside GK like that, and they immediately get access to Landon, which is huge. That pick spells defeat already for GK. You just can't have heals, and then you, like I mentioned, you have that Lucio on the point that can go for the cap, and then GK got all split up and kind of flustered from that TP play, so good job from Merit.
They come back in as well. Yeah, fantastic TP from Merit, like you said, just lodged themselves right into GK's center. However, that really should only work once, right? Once it happens once, you kind of just, you can see it happening from now on. So realistically, for F16, they're going to have to be smart with their TP plays. Sometimes fake it, sometimes take it. Really just depends what they want to do, but they've already built 30% of the board, and, they're not really actually at that big of an ultimate.
Well, that's like a May wall, but with the shield placed by someone, it's not a wall that GK can push into, and Merit is ramping up in DPS, and the boop from, I think that was AOI, it slows that push down from F16, so now there's a response from GK with the May wall, and TVNT's putting in some really good damage. Checkmate actually gets the execution, and F16 were so close to just full capping this at 74% before the flip that now GK are back in control.
Yeah, this at the end of the day was kind of brought on to the likes of F16 because of, you know, the fact they won first fight so quickly. By the way, look, someone's trying to just take himself out the game right. He's trying to kill himself because the rest because they're not shooting him. They're making it so he kills himself with the rock, and finally, there he goes down to the ground. However, you know, F16, this is kind of biting them in the butt because they won first fight so quickly. Yeah, they didn't build the ultimates, and now look, GK wants more. I mean, this is going to be last fight territory realistically no matter what for both of these teams.
Yeah, last fight coming up, just with how long this is going to take. This is a very long bridge. Good poke coming in from GK, and the Matrix trying to catch F16 off guard, and Goku sacrificed his life to put up the Mei wall so that his team could escape, but maybe F16 overinvested. They used the photon barrier and the sound barrier just to live through one Ant Matrix. So F16 won't be able to, have that to actually win the fight because GK just disengaged. The points taken down, and GK won the first one.
Yeah, they won it. I mean, that was tough for F16. They were in a good position previously and just kind of lost to Ult's. Checkmate really did the heavy lifting there. I mean, first of all, with the Blizzard in the first fight, and then this one with the Ant Matrix of Landon. That's been consistent for them as well. Him hitting those icicles with the amplification matrix has been a mainstay for GK, similar to like Fire Strike Window. That's been their go-to. So for F16, they need to die to that a bit less and work together towards this point, especially since they have the ultimate advantage.
Okay, second point now. Flex onto a Mei, which sucks because she has Ice Block. But hey, Blizzard right in their face. Goku has a plan B, but you don't have Chaos if you're F16, and that's a lot of heals gone. GK have Rojo, who's looking for some heals at half health. He doesn't care. He's going to stand out in the open, but it's Merit who's shining bright. And F16 just clear a path to the point.
Yeah, this is why they run this Symmetra Mei. I mean, just been so consistent for them in that fight. 4 kills at the end of the day for Merit, too. So, Gravitic Flux Blizzard used for F16. The beat drop was committed by Oi, so that's a 1-for-2 ultimate exchange. You'll probably take that as GK. However, F16 have the defensible positions with this Symmetra.
Checkmate has a Blizzard. He's trying to hear how close F16 are. But you don't just want to throw this willy-nilly with the grasp from Sigma available. And now F16 are all split, so you're not going to get a full Blizzard going, as in on a lot of members, but it's right at their feet. This is going to be tough for F16 to escape. Goku and someone are frozen, and the Chaos Ant Matrix was to try and stop the inevitable, but GK get the point back.
Yeah, you may be wondering, like, why did F16 give up all that space originally? And you called it earlier, Lemon. They split because of the Blizzard from Checkmate, right? They knew he was going to come in with it, and if they hold the choke point, then that Blizzard should land on them flush.
All right, it's quite a lead that F16 had. And what did I say? They can look good on New Junk City. They're just beginning. Here's the Merit wall, splits the point up in half. So this is their side, and that's your side. But GK's not going to respect that. Rojo on an off angle gets a body shot out the Chaos. That was really close. Immortality comes out, and here's the Haku Sound Beer. Great tempo engage from F16. They got to guarantee these kills, and they're chasing every single member down, and that'll be F16 back in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, perfect Symmetra wall from Merit. One of the strongest ultimates in the game, as our desk pointed out. It's just been so good overall. You just avoid the overclock from Teenage. It's just straight up a better ultimate if you can play around it perfectly. And now we're entering 90% of the board. I don't even think GK gets a touch.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I don't know if they can do it. Oh, one last touch there. The Flux to cause the Sig-9. Someone is just the king at doing so. But wait, GK got the first pick, and TBNT, though, was getting beat to death. So it's going to be an even trade. Chaos is the first to fall again for F16, or I guess I should say second. A bulk of the heals gone. GK don't have a tank, though. It's a Mei 1v1 on the point, but the sound barrier from Oi is what can really define this fight. GK have the sustain to take over this fight and stop F16 from evening up this flashpoint.
Oh my god, I just jinxed it horribly. I mean, someone with an absolutely whiffed Gravitic Flux, that just results in them losing it straight up. I mean, that was perfect movement from GK. Good Lucio speed from Oi, and then good just overall movement to make sure nobody was caught by it. And now they're catching out more. It looks like Goku's caught out.
Oh, that's a rough stagger for sure. And that's why I say that it's not just about the fights that happen on the point, it's about the fights that happen along the way. And if you get caught with bad spawns, it's really rough.
Lemon, are we watching Overwatch? Or are we watching like an open world MMO right now? Because it's just like the fights are happening everywhere. They're so messy.
Yeah, it's really strange sometimes. It looks like Goku was able to get back to the flock, and they TP right to the high ground next to the point. The blizzard from Checkmate right into F16. A few frozen, and they invested ultimates, the photon barrier, to protect themselves. That might save the majority of F16 at least. Goku still believes. He throws the blizzard down. There's a few trades coming out of F16, but I don't know if it's enough. It'll be probably up to Merit and someone to clutch up yet again. And F16 are doing their best. Rojo is uncontested on this high ground, and someone is so low. He's finished off by a Lucio, and GK will take the first fight.
And nice job by Oi. Ridiculous Lucio play from him, but also that window from Landon, Ant Matrix. It seemed like F16 were going to win it, especially with that Blizzard from Goku. However, Merit's overclock didn't get a ton of value, and the Ant Matrix from Chaos as well was not really that strong, and now GK find themselves really close to winning this entire series.
Yeah, it's the last opportunity where F16 are looking at the lower bracket. It's all on the line. Someone with the accretion misses. There's the flux. TVNT knows he's safe, but the sound barrier negates that damage. TVNT hasn't even given up this high ground. F16 know they have to touch the objective, and now GK have them exactly where they want them, but it's blow for blow when it comes to these Sojourns. Both have had their moments in the sun, but this Flux is what's standing tall, and someone is taking down GK one by one. He will drag his team if he needs to. And F16 also flipped the point when they rotated to do so, so that's even more cushion for F16.
I mean, someone caught Checkmate in the air as well as the rest of his team with that Gravitic Flux. 40% on the board now. If there's any time to do it, it's now for F16. No ultimates on the board for either side. 70% is the highest in terms of ult charge. So really, this next fight is going to be Mei and Sojourn versus Mei and Sojourn. Who can get the better ultimate? Because that's going to decide this point.
The reverse sweep on Flashpoint, the reverse sweep in the series. If I were on F16, I would be so stressed right now. But again, very mentally composed team. They wait for their moment. They're on the high ground. Checkmate almost got walled off. He was maybe just trying to collect some ult charge for the Blizzard, which he's almost got, but it's now 93+%. F16, they just gotta wait for GK to approach them, but it's the first pick from Rojo. And the sound barrier too, but it's still enough damage for him to go down. And it's up to Merit to get those trades too, but he doesn't have someone by his side. There's so many GK members. Merit is dancing around the point, but he can't get it done. GK will sweep and go to the upper bracket final.
Oh my god. Warranted trash talk. Keep the hype levels down. I mean, he's got all the emotes. I mean, at this point, he's just become a video game emote factory overall from TVNT. Getting so close. Yeah, get intimate to the camera, buddy. What a series from them. What amazing gameplay from the entire team of GK. Not just TVNT, but also Rojo and the rest of the squad coming together. Landon as well. I mean, they're looking pretty good at the moment here, Lemon. I mean, honestly, for them to do as well as they just did really bodes well for them moving forward, as they're going to be the team that's going to face Twisted Minds in the upper bracket finals.
Well, now I understand why our analysts were GK pilled. Because I'm such a big fan of someone. I find he just gaps so many other tanks, but turns out Sigmas can't be solo carries. It has to be a team effort. And you really needed a strong Mei or something to shut down Checkmate on the other side. And you were teammates once, and now you're enemies on the field. But they could always reface each other again, because F16, they're not gone yet. Oh, hugs all around.
I don't know. See, I wouldn't be hugging those guys if I knew what they were saying over there. I'd be, you know, I'd be.
That's why the door is closed. They don't know.
They're gonna watch the VOD back, and they're like, "Dang, I hugged that guy. Shoot, man." I should not have hugged him.
They'll be like, no, I was telling the casters to shush. I love heroes, by the way, where you can just whip your mouse around and do crazy damage. Love that.
Oh, like the, was it like the mirror strategy?
Yeah, it was like the Mei primary fire. I think I saw Checkmate just whip his mouse. It was really funny. Yeah, F16 dropped to lower bracket to face the Vicious. I am 100% confident F16 can make top 3. They are still a very solid team, and they gave GK a run for their money. I think it's just a coordination factor for me.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they were talking to us with the shushes and stuff. Because yesterday, I definitely brought up how Group B was definitely not as strong as Group A. But that is not the case. Maybe GK just head and shoulders above, everybody in Group B, and then also obviously F16 in this situation. So, for this next upper bracket finals, we will have both first seeds up against each other. So that's going to be huge leading into this, because GK looked really good. You're right. I mean, overall, I know our analysts are watching the scrims, probably getting, all of the insider knowledge that is necessary to understand why GK was here and doing as well as they have, because they were right. Landon's looking next level with this team. GK's got the coordinated synergy necessary, and they've also got the firepower. You need all of these things to be on point when you're going against Twisted Minds and the absolute Colossus team that they've been.
I've just been under a rock because you've been teaching me all about TVNT, and now I get to see that amazingness with my own eyes, if that's even a word. Like, this is a really strong Sigma player. I had a lot of fun watching him on the Reinhardt, even though it was shortly lived. It was a really cool idea on the Volcano of Samoa. So GK and Twisted Minds will face off in the upper bracket final, while neither one have dropped a game in playoffs.
Wow.
I mean, GK only dropped one map in groups, but they still both look good.
Just to go on to like TVNT, it's the only, like, he's always been like a solid player, but the only downside is he's played with teams that were just like not very good. So imagine just going from like an absolute bottom feeding team. You're a solid player, but then you go to like actual like top tier pro level talent. You go from Landon and Checkmate on your team, dude. Like, that's such a huge upgrade. I'm sure these guys are really happy to play with some of the imported talent as well as their top tier Saudi players, because like, yeah, I'm sure GK feels good as well with having Rojo on the roster, right? There's nobody that really can compete against Court so far besides Rojo. He's like been so good at finding these opening picks, going blow for blow with Merit, and that's that consistency that you need to win this whole thing. And
just to reiterate that again, like, Rojo was going toe-to-toe against Merit, the undisputed one of the best Sojourns in the Overwatch League. And this is what this league and leagues like this are all about, is to showcase, in this case, some regional talent, but also upcoming talent, and who can compete with the best, who can maybe be that next generation of Overwatch talent. And Rojo, aka Teenage in the Game, I think did an amazing job today and gelled really well with some really experienced players, understood his role. And I was impressed to see Landon too. He got to shine on a good team, and maybe he can get on a good team next year. But I hear there's an interview on the stage, and hey, it's Landon. Let's go say hi to him.
رجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم اللي كانت لفريق جي كي بنتيجة 3-0. فهذه كانت المباراة اللي هو النصف النهائي الثاني مثل ما شفنا، فكان الفوز لفريق جي كي.
بالضبط يا وجيه. So ladies and gentlemen, we just saw this match with 3-0. Congratulations to GK Esports, and with us here is Landon. So حق السؤال الأول, for the first question, how do you feel winning this match 3-0?
All of us are really excited about the win. F16 was a team that we beat in qualifiers, but it was a 5-map series. So getting a 3-0 win is a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. استمتاع جدا جميل.
مثل ما سمعنا, they are very excited to win this game. فصراحة بعد ما تواجهوا في الجروب ستيج والحين تواجهوا مرة ثانية في البلاي اوفس وفازوا فيها, فصراحة ارفع لهم القبعة بعد ما فازوا ب3-0. شوف فرق النتيجة, لكن الحين لازم نسألهم عن كيف قدروا يفوزون 3-0. نتيجة مؤلمة شوي.
You got that right. So you won, you were comfortable about that, but still, I mean, F16 pretty much gave you some kind of a competition, but you won 3-0. What would be the reason to do that?
I think all of our players on our team understand the meta pretty well. They all know their job. So once everybody's warmed up for the day and feeling good, I think our system and our style is really strong right now.
جاتشا فالموضوع كل ما فيه انت تمرسوا زياده والحين حصلوا على النظام اللي يقدرون يلعبون مع بعض فيه ضد اي فريق خاصه مع اف 16.
اتوقع شفنا اللي سمعناه.
سمعنا
اللي سمعناه. فودنا نساله بعد يعني مشاركته في الدوري السعودي لاول مره تقريبا، فودنا نساله ونشوف كيف بتكون اجابته.
بالضبط. So Landon, all the way from Florida, from a town called Jupiter.
Yep.
Let's go. So, how do you feel playing here in Saudi eLeague? How do you feel like pretty much being here in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh?
It's a very unique experience. Getting to come here, travel, and compete isn't something I thought I would ever do when I first started playing video games, so I'm grateful for the unique experience.
I love that. Playing as a hobbyist, but now being a pro athlete right here in the Saudi eLeague. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
ما ادري ايش اعبر انا بعد فوزهم في المباراه هذه في النصف النهائي. فحاب اسبك واساله عن سؤال الجاي اللي هو السؤال الاخير قبل ما نودعه.
Okay.
So I would like to ask you about how you're preparing for next match against Twisted Mind in upper final.
Let's go.
Twisted is definitely a very strong team, but we're working diligently to patch up the holes in our comp and work and get stronger. I think anyone expecting it to be a blowout match is going to be in for a surprise. I don't think it'll be easy for either team to win. But yeah.
Okay. شفت الكلام يا وجيه. I'm sure you guys gonna work so hard and just, scrim and just go and train and just, back to the square board and all of that. Just see how we're gonna make it happen for the upper bracket finals against Twisted Minds. But how do you feel about it? Like, you're nervous? You're gonna make it happen? You actually have to change your mindset? What do you feel?
I think all of us are just looking forward to playing them. They're a strong team, but so are we, so it should be a lot of fun.
الكلام جدا قوي يا وجيه.
قاعد اتخيل انهم يفوزون بدايه مباراتهم ترى مو بكره، بتكون في الاسبوع الجاي، يعني عندهم فرصه انهم يعني كيف يقرون طريقه خصمهم تويستد مايند. فموعدنا الاسبوع الجاي. اما الان اعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما سالنا الاسطوره بعد فوزهم بفريق تويستد فريق جي كي ب 3-0، اما الان خلونا نرجع للاستديو عشان نتناقش نتكلم اكثر بخصوص هذه المباراه.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. And now pretty much we're gonna go to the studio pretty much for the hype of what's gonna happen next as well. Back to you guys. Let's go.
Thank you to our beautiful hosts. We're back on the SCC Play Analyst Desk. I'm Commander X. I'm joined by the one and only Chips' brother.
That's me.
We saw, well, I guess it went the way we expected it to. GK come out on top, and in very commanding fashion, you talked about maybe wanting to see that if one team can really stamp their authority over the other and set up that big upper bracket final against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely what we got. I think that multiple good performances from almost everyone on that roster. And I think Landon just said in the interview that I think he thinks, and I'm probably inclined to agree with him, that whoever wins the Twisted Minds game next week, I don't think it's going to be easy for either team.
No, not at all. I think when we cast our minds all the way back to the start on Samoa, we got a little bit of a surprise where Oi came in to play Lucio, where we've seen Speedy for most of it, which is quite interesting. When we spoke to the teams, it seemed that he was just a bit of a Samoa specialist. If you ever need a guy to rollerblade on a Polynesian island, I guess we now know who to call.
It does seem to be. His great performance on Samoa was rewarded with a rare trip out to New Junk City too. Yeah, obviously stuff like this is obviously very confusing. It feels like subbing in someone to play the exact same hero, especially Lucio's, seems weird. But my feeling and my experience as a coach is sometimes you got two guys who are just at a similar level, and there's too much guilt to bench one of them permanently. So you just you give them both a rollout hero there.
At the end, he played well. You look at Samoa, and I think downtown, all GK all day. We move over to Volcano and came out with Ryan for a little bit here, GK. Lost a fight, lost another fight, quickly got off that Reinhardt. Then as soon as we were back on the Sigma, they gain control of a point. They don't lose another fight. Really dominant Samoa coming out from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the dominance kind of continued as we went on. Feels like a lot of the series we've had this week has been the ones that starts to get to map 3. Like I feel like all of our map 3s have just ended up being 3-0s. Like one team kind of runs out of steam. But yeah, I think yeah, very much. Again, like the same thing what we've said a lot is just map 1 starts close and then maybe slowly drags away from either team.
Yeah, when we got over to Midtown, it was interesting from F16, who we've seen play dive on that map every single time. They pick it again, but this time, no dive. They keep Goku in, and they take just more of the mirror, but kind of end up with the same result.
Yeah, I think maybe what we heard from the internal scrims is actually it feels like it's very difficult to dive into GK. They know what they're doing against it, so possibly that this is something that F16 just kind of decided, yeah, we're gonna have to take the mirror. Obviously a little bit sad for us to see, oh, maybe they've got like a dive, maybe it was a better chance to win. But I also don't think it's impossible that we see a rematch between these two teams at some point, maybe losers bracket final. So maybe we'll be able to see some more dive when that happens, if that happens.
We talked about it in our first series of the day as well, where because this is the upper bracket, it means you do get another chance. So you don't need to quite hit the panic button as desperately as you would in lower bracket. You can maybe keep feeling out the Sigma mirror, which is exactly what they did. But I think once we got to Midtown, the style that F16 went for was really flank heavy. Lucio May flanks coming out from Goku, Haku quite a lot. But it really felt like, I mean, it's something Checkmate's done his entire time in Overwatch League. Match the flanks, got more value out of his own flanks, and really started to move that May battle very heavily in his favour.
I think that's a great point. I really feel like the important thing, like we spoke about this a lot, like how can the imports carry? I think I have to give a shout out to TVNT and Rojo. Statistically on damage, they were very, very similar to someone in Merit who were obviously Overwatch League champions. If we then move on to Landon versus Chaos, Landon actually did more healing by 1k and 6 times as much damage. Checkmate almost doubling Goku's damage too. So it felt like the reason GK won was their local players were able to match the Overwatch League talent blow for blow, and their imports were able to create a massive gap on their respective roles. And we definitely saw that with Landon and Checkmate.
I think as well, when we look at the stats from, say, the whole tournament and which Sigma has been pumping out the most damage, TVNT actually finds himself on top of that list, even though we have lots of really accomplished Sigma players in KSA, Bernard, even someone who we played against today. Didn't look out of place despite not having the same reputation as these guys.
Yeah, this unit absolutely looks like there isn't like an obvious weak link. It actually does seem to be a very, very well put together roster. The imports look very, very good. The local players seem to be playing at a very, very high level. So I think that GK again, this team's legit for sure.
And we can take a look now at our Gidia MVP for this match. I got to feel Checkmate.
Ah.
Never goes to the support players, Chris. Come on.
No, it's true. Landon robbed of another MVP. That's the story of his career, unfortunately. But yes, I think Checkmate, the May gap was very significant. Like you said, every time there was an opportunity to just play main and wall main, he would do it. Every time he recognized that something fishy was happening with like a Lucio May flank, he was ready to win that 1v1. And I feel like when Merit had to try and mirror it, or maybe that was the reason that Goku played, was they felt like if Merit's against Checkmate, we're not going to get much advantage here.
It's interesting because we did see, at least especially on Midtown, that was probably the map where it felt like Merit got the slight edge over Teenage or Rojo, but it didn't really continue throughout the series, and then maybe then starts to raise the question for F16, where's QLM? Should he have come back in at some stage in this series, do you think?
I can see the logic. I can really, really see the logic. I need Merit to carry. He's the Overwatch League Grand Finals MVP. If I put him on May or Echo like I have done in the past, I'm just not going to maybe get that. But it also, we have to look at it and we have to say, well, F16 looked pretty good yesterday. Merit was doing a pretty good job. QLM came in on the hit scan and looked very, very solid. And to make that decision going into the GK and obviously to lose 0-3, maybe it was an incorrect decision, and maybe if they do run it back, that we'll see a different lineup in.
As well as the lineup question, there's also a question to be asked potentially about the compositions as well. We know from that earlier match in the Open qualifiers, they often lost for Sojourn Mirror, even with Merit in. But when they swapped to the Sim May, F16 actually found success against GK. And we saw a little bit of that on New Junk City, that really aggressive TP in the first fight. And they started to string together a few wins. But then they swapped back to the Sojourn, and it went back in GK's favour again.
Yeah, I really do think that the Sim May is the optimal comp in a lot of these situations. I know every team seems to be disagreeing with me, and I'm not super involved in scrims and stuff, so maybe I'm wrong. It's happened before, believe it or not. But yeah, it does seem that maybe the Sim May gives you some sort of like utility option to maybe some of just the raw like mechanical battle that you have to take when both teams play Sojourn.
One of the particular problems that F16 seemed to run into was when GK were trying to retake, they would often have Teenage swing quite wide. And then the option you really have if you're F16 is, well, we have a teleporter. Can we get someone on the teleporter? They did a couple of fake TPs just to pressure him out, but they never really committed to it in maybe the way we saw Rocky Sports in our first series really take courts out of the game where they could. It felt like F16 didn't have an answer to that, and maybe weren't even getting the maximum value out of the sim that they could have.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think that maybe this team hasn't scrimmed as much with Sim, whereas it does seem like Rocky Sports have played it exclusively. And I feel like Sim is a hero that you need scrim time, you need set plays, you need to have a real understanding. Like 5 people need to know what we're doing with TPs. You really can't just drop it into a live game and expect people to be able to react accordingly.
Especially when we think about the language barriers facing some of these teams as well, it's not straightforward at all to introduce a lot of these things. Like you said, a lot of coordination, a lot of good communication. The level of sim is really high. The max value you can get out of that character is almost infinite, but it's a very complicated hero, and the whole team has to be on the same page.
Yeah, if we can get into the highlights brought to you by KFC, I think we can really start to talk about how the overall days felt. Obviously, we've had two quick games. I think we've had 2 trios. That then sets us up for a very interesting grand finals, or I should say winners bracket finals next week, and then maybe some interesting lower bracket games. Do you have any hope for the 2 teams that we saw go 3 today in terms of being able to win their loser bracket games tomorrow?
I think, yeah, despite performances and results that they really won't be happy with, I think both Rocky Sports and F16 have to go into those next games as favourites. We'll be bringing in those games tomorrow, and of course, it's elimination at that point. Both teams all 4 teams have used their first life. Anyone who loses tomorrow will be going home, but I think the teams today, it shouldn't shake their confidence in those matches tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think tomorrow there's a lot on the line. I think for most of these teams, in fact, maybe all of the teams that we've got, top 4 is like the minimum. If we can hit top 4, that's like a success. If we win it, obviously that's great. And I feel like if you travel all the way, you play all the games, and then still don't get any prize money, I think that's gonna feel really disappointing for whoever loses tomorrow.
Well, for a lot of the import players, it's a long way to come to go home empty-handed, and they'll be fighting for their lives tomorrow to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's the feeling with the winner bracket game? Obviously, we have to wait a week. My family group chat, after I told them to watch this game, they were pretty upset that it was a Frio. They said some bald guy on the TV promised them a 5-out banger. But maybe if they're gonna tune in next week, what do you think? Is it a Frio? Is it impossible for it to be a Frio? Can GK actually slay the beast?
It's really hard because my head says Twisted Mind should be the best team because of all the obvious facts in front of us. But my heart wants GK to do it. And I think one of the nice things about GK is they don't just look good in terms of, okay, we've got really good import players playing on their best heroes. We've actually got a load of good local talent as well. So we can maybe go a little bit blow for blow in terms of raw skill. But actually, as a unit, they look really well coached. They look like they're making intelligent decisions. Their neutral cooldown trade on the Sigma looks like one of the best alongside Twisted Minds. So I think all the work they've been doing behind the scenes, it seems like they're getting some of the best results out of all that work.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely have to give some credit to Day One, the coach of GK. I think he's definitely turned this team. We've heard that he's working very hard, especially with the local talent, trying to get them up to scratch. And it's clearly paying dividends. Like we said, that TVNT matching the Overwatch League MVP blow for blow across most maps you almost can't say any more.
Got to be
And
happy
I
with
think
that.
that, yeah, pretty much, yeah. And yeah, I just think it's been a really good day for GK. Twisted Minds obviously probably won't be too phased by it, but I suspect we'll get a lot of Sigma mirror, and maybe I'm scared to say it's a 50-50, but it looks really winnable for both teams.
Exactly. I would be surprised if we don't see at least maps traded. Obviously, Twisted Minds haven't dropped a map since we got to the group stage. They didn't lose a round today, right? Full hold into Frio
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Flashpoint. Really didn't drop a round. So I think if there is a team to take something off of them, it will be GK.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I just have to believe that across 5 maps that we'll get one map, we'll get one 5 map series by the time we're done analyzing this event. I have to believe that it's possible, and yeah, I think that I also what we have to probably say based off what we've seen today, there's a good chance that we see that match twice before we're done here.
Absolutely. If we move on now to the Kaspersky clutch of the day, it is going to be TVNT. Lots of good plays from him throughout this second series. I'm going to take a look at one of them here.
I was shocked it was not him on the camera as the clutch of the day because he was really enjoying his time on stage. Actually, quite a lot of personality from a lot of the players at this event. But yes, ironically, I think this is exactly the exact part of the same map that we saw yesterday's clutch of the day too. So maybe it's something about Midtown second. But yeah, brilliant performance from him today.
Exactly. There was, if anything, that Midtown was actually one of the moments where maybe F16 could have taken the map off them when I cast my mind all the way back to that final retake F16 had where they swapped Doom Genji. They probably had time not to swap Doom Genji. They had ult advantage. So maybe if they'd stuck, it would have been okay. But certainly TVNT with a lot of big plays, a lot of big fluxes. And if anything, when we look at who had the worst fluxes today, maybe out of all the teams, maybe it was someone who had the worst. That one on New Junk City he completely whiffed, really cost him.
Yeah, would it have been enough to win that map? Unsure, but definitely have to. You can't be getting 0-man fluxes when the enemy team has to touch point like that. So, yeah, so I think absolutely, TVNT very happy with his performance today, and I'm sure we'll see some more of this on the camera next week.
Let's take a look at the brackets now so we can see exactly where all our teams find themselves. Obviously, we've talked about it a lot. The Twisted Minds GK matchup next week will be a barn burner for sure. I'd tell your family, I know I got today wrong, but I'm 100% about the one next week. It's locked in.
There's no way that game is free. Guaranteed quote from your analyst desk already. Yes, obviously, if we look maybe more towards tomorrow, like we said, that does seem to be a big day. Again, on paper, the matches seem close. Maybe the F16 will probably be the slightly heavier favourites of all the games. But yeah, what do you think? Who's going through tomorrow?
I think maybe it's the obvious answer. It's the upper bracket teams, I think. I think Rock Esports have looked a lot more solid, even though it didn't work against Twisted Minds. Well, most things haven't worked against Twisted Minds, so I think the Symbassian can still work and cause FOG a lot of problems. Likewise, F16, exposed a bit by GK today, but Vicious Esports are not near the same level. So I think F16 and Rock will very well be setting themselves up in that lower bracket semi.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see what lineup F16 plays tomorrow in terms of will we continue to see Goku, will we see QLM back in? That's obviously a decision that they have to make. Maybe it just depends on who they're playing. If they have confidence to be able to win with Merit kind of being able to gap on like flex DPS heroes, maybe that's the decision. Maybe we'll do some digging. We'll find out. I don't really have any sources inside that camp, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that one, yeah, is maybe they'll be more heavily favourites. But honestly, with how the games yesterday especially went, it could be anyone's game.
We've seen F16 adapt and overcome a little bit throughout this tournament, and the nice thing, if they can secure that win tomorrow, what they actually gain is a good few days of scrims before next week's matches, so they can improve, adapt, overcome again. Maybe where that is with QLM in, or if that is with Goku in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also probably we've spoken a lot about this idea that teams had a life, right? And when that life is gone, I think that we really start to see the pressure, and then maybe there will be factors in terms of which team has more experienced players, which team has more can really like clutch up when it matters most. Because, like we've said a million times now, going home with no prize money would be about the worst outcome that you could get. You'd almost prefer to not even qualify just so you can get home earlier.
I think especially when you look at Rock Esports and F16, their imports, they're on a lot of the more impactful roles like Psycho, teleporting, or the tank players, which are quite often the shot caller roles. So hopefully those shot callers can provide a lot of experience and knowledge and make the important calls for their team when it matters, when everything is on the line. Those games will be coming to you same time tomorrow. Tune in for them because it's all to play for, money on the line. Now it's time to go over to our MCs on the desk to take us home.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back again right here at the main stage of Saudi eLeague, right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh. What a day, Waji. Another 2 matches with 3 zeros. And now we're having Twisted Mind going against GK Esports for the finals of the upper bracket. What we're going to see that's going to take place next week. But tell us what happened today, Waji.
نفس ما ذكرت اخوي براء، فعلا مباريات اليوم كانت صادمه نوعا ما لانها كانت كلها 3-0، نفس السيناريو اللي تكرر معنا امس لو نلاحظ. ولكن بالنهايه قدرنا نشوف فريق جي كي وتويستد مايند هم اللي توجهوا للفاينل ابر براكت، فما ندري ايش اللي بيصير من سيناريوهات في هذاك في الفاينل. فبكره بتكون معانا مباريات اللوزر براكت، اتوقع انه لازم كل فريق يثبت نفسه لان خلاص من بكره اللور براكت اي فريق يخسر بنودعه ويتم اقصائه من البطوله.
It's gonna get down tomorrow for the loser bracket as F16 and Rock Esports will be competing tomorrow with the other teams, and that's gonna be another one. This time, if you lose, unfortunately, you're going back home. But all that took place right here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Saudi eLeague for Overwatch 2. But now, الموضوع عندك حق الختامية.
يعطيك العافية وشكر خاص لجميع الحضور والمشاهدين خلف الشاشات. إلى هنا وصلنا إلى نهاية وختام اليوم الثاني من البلاي أوفس أو النهايات الكبيرة في الدوري السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية في لعبة Overwatch 2. طبعا شكر خاص أكيد للاستديو العربي والإنجليزي. كنت معكم أخوكم وجيه والأسطورة براء معي في التقديم. نشوفكم إن شاء الله غدا في أمان الله.
Thank you so much. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, taking place right here, the Saudi eLeague. Thank you so much for watching us, and big shout out goes to everybody behind the scenes and for all the talents with us here, firing up all that for the Overwatch 2, and for all the audience watching all around the world. Thank you so much. Bless you all, and keep